for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
Hey, welcome everybody to, I guess this isn't the Daily Gun Show, it's just an extra crisis panic chat, right? So we're going to go live here for a bit, if I can get my music turned down. Give me some feedback. I got my microphone up in the air, so I'm hoping that it'll still work. I can see my little line wiggling here, but there's somebody watching, so somebody give me some feedback on that, and we'll just start digging in. And I'm a little distracted because my front door is open, and I'm not sure if I'm going to leave it open for this show. And I definitely don't want to leave it open if I'm yelling. So yeah, give me some feedback on audio levels. And I guess you'll listen to some non-attribution required royalty-free music from YouTube while I go close my front door. And we're back. Music is loud. Still? Barely hear it. I can barely hear it. All right, so here we are. So I'm going to move this over to this screen, I think, and welcome everybody to live conversation. If you've been here before, you know what's up. If you haven't, you'll figure it out, I guess. So I don't know if I know who Stephen is. Do I know where you are at? What part of the country are you in? Assuming you're in this country. So we'll see. I don't know if this is going to be something people are looking forward to today or looking for today, or if this is something that is distracting and people are too busy dealing with stuff. But with the possibility of a bunch of people with time off, I figured what I can offer is some distraction, something to do, and a conversation about guns. That's what I'm good at. So I'm going to open up. Right on. I just got word today that from your Oklahoma 2A rally, I think it's OK2A, something on Instagram. I think it's just OK2A. Or no, it's OK2A rally, I think, on Instagram. Anyway, they posted something today about canceling their rally again or having their rally on hold until type of thing. It sucks. All right, so what I'm going to do here is open up my screen capture. Oh, okay, I know who you are then. And then go over here. Oh, no, I want to go over here and click this. And now I can just make a new thing. So this is Adobe Illustrator. It's pretty powerful software. It's not the only software that can do this kind of stuff, but I like it. And it's not cheap. It's like $50 a month to have a subscription. And then reason I'm super cheap and I'm still willing to do that is because you get a lot of other software with it. You get the entire Adobe package. I'm not selling it. I'm just trying to help justify why I spend $50 a month on it. But this is the software I'm using. Very much like any other software, it's going to have tools across the top, across the left, across the right. I mean, you're going to be able to lay out a toolbar however you want, but basically 3 separate toolbars to do different things. These are typically your control of your file. Control of your file. These are control of your tools. And then these are usually like extra features in addition, not really tools, but other things you might do, like maybe adjust brightness or add layers or something, where a tool is more like a paintbrush or a knife or an eraser or something like that. So I'm using this software, which is sort of a companion to Photoshop. A lot of people have heard of Photoshop. It's another Adobe product. You can purchase these products as subscriptions one at a time, like just Photoshop or just Publisher or something, like just one of their software packages. Or you can order all of them at once. And that's what I do for $50 a month. So I can open up Photoshop. I think I have it installed on my computer. Actually, I might not. This is the new computer. I might not have even installed it. I don't use it very often. It's It's more of the dark room and for a photographer. So I used to, when I started taking pictures, it was on film, and we had a dark room in the basement. My dad turned like a little closet into a dark room. So we could take pictures, either color slides or black and white pictures, and then go down in the basement and with basically like a barely like a sink that emptied into a bucket and some trays and some chemicals that you had to be aware of because I think they were not. I don't know if they were nasty chemicals, but you certainly wouldn't want to drink them or get them in your eyes or anything. With a couple of trays of chemicals and some water, we could develop the film and then take the film and enlarge it with an enlarger, basically a light bulb that held a little negative in front of it, and it would project it down onto the table, and you would put a piece of photoreactive paper there, expose it for a certain amount of time, and then put that paper through a couple of things of water, well, not water, but chemicals, and you would develop whatever photoreactive blah, blah, blah on the paper, right? And that's how, back in the day, we would make photographs. And that's how I learned to make photographs. And I had some fun. I'm no artist or nothing, but I like to figure out the tech behind it, and then being able to make your own photos is cool. Because even back in the day, one day I'll share some photos of our guns and stuff. We used to take gun pictures when I was a kid and develop them in our own basement. No one ever saw those pictures because back in the day, if you took pictures and took them to the place, like who knows who's seen them? Like at least the kid who's developing them sees them. And if he decides to make a bunch of copies, what are you gonna do about it? You'll never know. He could make 1,000 copies, or she could make 1,000 copies. Give them back to you, whatever you paid for, and now you've left a set of your pictures anywhere. So that was an issue back in the day. So we were able to take private pictures of our own guns and stuff and have them. So I've got a couple of those that still exist, and they were pieces of paper, so they're not like digital, right? Should probably take pictures of them so they are digital. But anyway, so that's how I consider Photoshop, is getting in there and doing all the creative stuff we used to do in the darkroom, either during the development, which you didn't really screw around too much developing the film because that was the bones, that was the skeleton of what you had. So, you would develop the film, but then once you had the exposed negative there or whatever, the developed negative, you could put that thing in the enlarger and play with it a lot. You could, of course, make it clear or fuzzy. Sometimes for effect, you might make it a little fuzzy or blurry, but you could also wave your hand around basically in front of the light as it was being exposed. And I think that was called dodging or something. So you could influence how areas of a photo or portions of a photo, I think you could put gels or lights in there and expose different wavelengths differently to pull things out. And I never even got to color because that was more, I don't know what color was. I never did it, but I think it was more extensive. But I didn't know there was a lot of stuff you could play with, in the whole exposure section. The time, like I say, the colors and the ways that you expose, maybe throw a flashlight in there and screw around and get some extra light somewhere. But then you could also play around in the development. So once you took that exposed piece of photo paper into the chemicals, I think there was some thinking around you could do there. So there was quite a few things you could do. And with color, I can only imagine it got even crazier. So that's what I consider Photoshop, is getting in and doing that stuff. So if you take a photograph and you need to make it lighter or darker or create contrast where there is none or remove shadows, Photoshop is also kind of synonymous with editing. So you can maybe have a big field of grass and have some like dog poop in the middle of it. You don't want that dog poop there. So you can use Photoshop to get rid of that. And it just looks like a big field of grass, a nice pleasant picture. So that kind of stuff can be done in Photoshop. All of that, though, is done in what's called raster. So I consider that a whole bunch of dots that make up a photograph. That's one way to create photographs on a computer. So I'm using Illustrator, and that is the opposite of Photoshop. So that uses vector, doesn't use a bunch of dots on a surface to create an image. Instead, it uses a mathematical equation of let's say a circle or a curve. And then that way that image can be scalable infinitely up and down, because you can take the mathematical equation and change 1 inch to 10 inches or 10 inches to 1,000 inches or 1,000 inches to 1/10 of an inch. And the equation just wraps around and becomes a smaller version of itself or a larger version of itself. And that allows you to create something in Illustrator, that's the size of a piece of paper. and know that you can then use that for something the size of a postage stamp or something the size of a billboard. And I really enjoy that aspect of Illustrator for the things I do, patches and machine files, things for like the robot to carve, or for like the printer to print, or the sewing machine to sew, or the cutter to cut. I guess I have a lot of robots. When I make a machine file, it's easier to have a vector, because otherwise, if I started with a raster, if I started with a Photoshop type image and took a photograph, a bunch of dots, and shoved them into a machine file, it would need to be converted into a vector anyway. And then I'd be relying on the software to decide, where an edge is or what color blue is, instead of dealing with all that in a, what do you call it, like an environment where you don't have much control. The software renderer is usually pretty shitty. I'll just start in Illustrator. So there's a whole bunch of info, trying to just blab for a bit to see who all shows up. I think we had like 9 people show up, and then I was just talking about boring stuff, so they all left. Now we're back down to 3. So that didn't work well. But so let's see. I'm from Illinois. Our governor just issued shelter in place. Yeah, I think a whole bunch of states did. All right, so yeah, I just been explaining that we're in Illustrator here, and now I'm gonna explain that I'm opening up my browser to Instagram. So now I'm opening up my Instagram feed, and this is our Instagram. I just posted that we're gonna be live here. Posted the 380 Mac 11 yesterday. I'm going to click on this. No, not that. Okay, close out here. Click on this, and this should be my Instagram feed. So we got this thing from Hidden Hideouts. There's Handgun Hideouts or something. That's some place we heard about on, or we met. Did I even meet him? I don't think I ever met him. No, I did meet him in Wanamaker years ago. And then a couple of people have done videos on their stuff, so I started following them. Looks like Sporting Systems got a bunch of ammo. That's a bunch of ammo boxes there. This is the shop up in Washington area that has been fighting 1639. Looks like they got a bunch of Barnaul 7.62 by 39. Let's see, we just posted this on all the different channels out there. Sportsman's Guide, selling some kind of chain, I guess. I was going to just scroll through and look for a photo of a gun, but I think what I'm going to do is go specifically to, snap, I'm not going to remember his dang name. Autoloader, there we go. AUTO. So I figured I would draw a picture of a gun since it is Friday and want to get the show started here. So we'll be publishing some Shooters Almanacs here in a bit. If nobody has any suggestions here, I'll drop Autoloader's thing over here. We've got 4 people watching, so if one of y'all wants to grab an image off of here and select link, or if you can't link, let me know, and we'll take a suggestion. But we're gonna draw some gun off of Autoloader's channel, I think. So we've got Weston out there, TC, and TX. Pretty much any of these would be a cool cartoon, I think. I guess a revolver could be cool. I've only drawn a couple of guns so far. I figured drawing guns would be neat. Yeah, we'll see if anybody picks anything out there. Otherwise, we'll just random it. I guess I could random it right now. Let's just pick one in 20. Random. And one in 20. All right, if nobody picks nothing, we're going to go to number 9 from the beginning, from the front. Nothing? Nothing? So 3, 6, 9. Ugh, 9 shitty. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to report it as inappropriate, but I'm not going to draw it either. So I'm going to hit random again. And it's 8 this time, so it'll be a picture right in front of it. Oh snap, the clock. Is everybody going to be okay with that? Okay. do a different gun than the Glock. I don't want to freak anybody out. I only got 6 viewers. So I don't want to alienate 4 of them. How many Glock hating? Oh shit, I guess I went to 18. So we'll go 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Oh, that's some sort of, what is that thing? That is a Glock with a slide on it. It's not an 80%er. That picture works, but I think my cartoon would make it look weird, so I'm not going to do that one either. 18. Quit trying to make me do 18. Here. All right, 3. 3's a Beretta. I figured I should do a Beretta anyway because of the Glock hate. Beretta fanship. So we'll hit print screen on the keyboard, and that just snags everything that's on your screen. And then we'll go over here, and I don't know what to write on there. I don't know what kind of gun it is. Doesn't matter. So I will just click on here and then click V. Control V is paste. Now you can see everything that's on both of my monitors. This is my one monitor. That's the other monitor where y'all are at. So we'll crop this. It means we're going to chop out pieces of it. Just keep the center piece. And I'm going to chop these parameters or whatever, these handles, over to the piece I want to crop out. Now I've stolen just his image out of all that other stuff, and I hit apply, and now we got just that image. I'll copy it, and I'm going to paste it again just so I have, because this time when I copied it, copied just this, and I pasted it again. I'm going to go to the one of them, and I'm going to drop its opacity to half so that it's faint, basically, so it's like half invisible. And then I'm going to lock that layer so that I can't do anything anymore. See, I can't fiddle with these things anymore. Create a couple more layers on top of it. And now I'm going to go back over to that page or that website and see if he wrote on here what it is. I guess it's a 92 Elite. Is LTT anything? I don't know shit about Berettas. It says something Texas, made in USA. Beretta's made in Texas. That's a Tennessee. I can't tell what the hell that says. But it definitely says Beretta LTT 92 Elite. So I'm just going to call it 92 Elite. I don't know what the hell it is. And now we will close that, I guess, and then name this layer 93 Elite. I'm going to go to this layer and name it the same thing with lines, and then go OK, and then go to this layer and name it the same thing with color. That's how I keep my 3 layers and labeled so that if this file gets big and I end up with a lot of layers, I can see which ones are which without having to deal with it. All right, so now I'm going to save this file before I go too much further. I gotta figure out where to save it. I'll just save it over here, I guess. Yeah, where to put it. So I'm just gonna stick it there for now. So now the file in Adobe Illustrator is saved, and it's saved. It's basically a bunch of layers that are empty. One layer has 2 pictures on it, and that's the file so far. Dang, you sit here and explain how to work stuff on the internet, and everyone leaves. So now we're down to 2 viewers. Let's see. So now I'm going to close out of this because I don't want to accidentally show anybody's address. And I guess I'll mention that we do have a auction going right now, and so far it has no bids. It just started yesterday, and it'll end on Monday. And this is for the first edition of the first printing of the first edition of the Shooters Almanac. So we wrote the Shooters Almanac last year, and because of a lot of stuff, we didn't print it. And now this year, I finished it. However, because the plan was to finish it during the crowdfunding project. However, you know, it's finished, but big deal. Everything has changed. So things have changed. Things are being rescheduled, and all of that is in flux. So this is more historic, like snapshot of what 2020 would have been at this point. And because of that, there's no real point in publishing this thing for real, right? There's literally no need to waste the paper. However, I do want to make a first edition so that later on in the year, when a second edition comes out with all the updated schedules and stuff, there's an actual first edition to create a second edition on. So I'm not going to mass print it, probably. It'll be just printed here. So I grabbed a color printer for 45 bucks and printed it. Went went through and just handcrafted the thing, and you can tell by the edges that I'm learning as I'm making this thing. So the next one should be better. I'll use a razor blade instead of the something called paper cutter. But put it together, tried to get it pretty nice, and learning how to print. So I'm gonna have a unique one. As I learn how to print, hopefully I'll figure out how to get the margins a little better. But anyway, it'll be a full color version of the Shooters Almanac, and it is the first one printed in, well, now about 2 hours, hour and a half. A video will go live, will premiere, and we'll pause and watch that video if we're still live. And that'll kind of announce the project or whatever. So if anybody wants to pre-bid, I threw the link in there earlier. I'll throw it in again. You're welcome to bid on that. Hopefully we'll raise some funds, not just to pay for the printer, but to stay in business and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's Free Patch Friday. If you purchase anything from the store today, you'll get free patches included with it. And of course, it's the sort of introduction of the first day of the unveiling of that first edition of the Shooters Almanac. Maybe I'll use some of these photos to some Autoloaders cartoons for the next version. Mickey's out there. So that's interesting. Look what happened here. I posted this at 1:45, and then I posted this at 1:53. But then somehow Smeggy's came in. So for me, this was here, and then this was here, and then Smeggy's came up in between. So it's certainly a weird lag. But welcome. I didn't send out links today, did I? I don't think I did. So I didn't know if anybody was going to want to join in today. Did I join in some links? No. So if anybody wants a link, let me know. I guess there's probably people that ain't working. But anyway, so now we're going back to Adobe Illustrator here on the screen. And I guess I probably could start drawing it like this, but that would be really small. So instead, there's probably some way over here, I think with this magnifying glass, to scroll in and out. But I'm just going to use my mouse and my keyboard. So I'm going to hold down the Alt key on my keyboard and use the scroll wheel on my mouse. And you see what that does? It makes it way bigger. But it makes it way bigger off to my left somewhere where I can't even see it. So I'm going to scroll it to about here. And now I'm going to click the Control key on my keyboard and wiggle the mouse. And now I can wiggle it left and right. Now, if I don't touch anything on the keyboard and wiggle my mouse, I can wiggle it up and down. So between nothing, I can go up and down. Control gives me left and right, and Alt gives me, and that gives me 100% control of where I'm looking at on the screen. So that's my two fingers doing all this wiggling. So if you don't use keyboard commands, highly recommend it. Figure out a couple of them, Control C, Control V. So Control C for copy, Control V for V has nothing to do with paste. And when you learn those two, it's really helpful. You can save a lot of time if you're copying and pasting stuff. Okay, let me grab a link out of there then. So let's see, I'll click this, copy. I've been inviting people to chats for the last few days and nobody's been jumping in, so I just assumed that everybody's been busy or what, so I didn't even bother today. Let's call this the Shooters Almanac channel. There, get rid of all this, do this, and then do this, and this, and then I got to invite a bunch of people. So I blind copy people. Can I pull this out of here? Can I pull this out of here? No, I guess I can't. So I'm not going to open it up because I don't want to show you everybody's email address. But whenever I email people to join something like this, I'll create an email, but I'll just send it to myself, and then I'll go to BCC, which is not, but it sounds like blind carbon copy. Basically, that sends everybody put in the BCC area, gets sent the thing, but they don't see everybody else you get it sent to. So you can offer some discretion, some privacy to the people you send links to, so that I don't know, everybody doesn't have to worry about that they see everybody or get everybody else's address all the damn time. So I'll invite Psycho Camp even. Haven't heard from him in a bit. I got Patriot in there. Got Pink. Oh, you know who else I'm invite? I'm gonna invite this guy. And then got Smeggy in there. Dead Horse. Who am I missing? Should I invite anybody else? So now I did send. Just type in here what I'm doing. All right, and now I'll click send. All right, so now some people got some links. Maybe we'll see some people join in. Back to the thing. I don't know where I left off. So I'm going back to my. I think I was just wiggling and squiggling before. So I'm done adjusting my photo so that I've got it fairly big. I might make it a little bit bigger on the screen, and then now I've got it taken up literally as much of the screen as I can. Actually, when I do it this big, it's kind of a pain in the butt because now it takes like 3 hands across my mouse pad to get across the whole damn thing. So I'm going to keep it that big. And then I need to go to my tools over here, and I'm going to be using this tool, but I don't want to fill light. So instead, I'm going to tell the fill to be nothing. It's going to be clear on the insides, and I want the edges or the stroke to be just plain black because I'm boring and I just always use black all the time. So now we'll go in and just start drawing someplace. So usually a straight line, it's a nice place to get started. So I click on one end and I click on the other end, and I hit enter. Now I've got a straight line right there. If I click here and I click here, but then I want to shift a little bit, I can just keep clicking. I wanted to just do this forever, but I'm not. So instead I'll just undo, 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 and then I'll go over here and say, hey, welcome to the conversation. Are you working today?
Hey, how's it going, man? No, I'm at home.
Oh yeah, you guys got the blah 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 in place or whatever. But,
yeah, I mean,
in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, I could have gone into work, but I don't know. My girl wasn't feeling too good last couple days, and I was kind of stuffed up yesterday. So I'm like, you know what? Just to be safe, I'm gonna stay home. I don't want to kill everyone I work with.
Oh, okay. So
if I get better, then I guess it wasn't the disease, and if I don't get better, then I don't know. I guess I die. So whatever. See what happens.
So you don't have a deal where you can't go to
work? Kinda. I don't know. It's a weird cluster out here because, like, the county's saying we can't, but other people say we can. That's, I don't know. I can't share too much of all the inside stuff, but basically it seems like the governor's saying one thing, the county sheriff says something else, the president says something else, and everyone in between, right? So, well, who are you supposed to listen to, you know?
Okay. But at the same time, it doesn't sound like there's going to be a ton of consequences. I mean, unless you're some critical infrastructure, right? Like you don't show up, it's like, hey, 8 people told me not to show up and 6 people said to show up, so I went with this.
Oh, right, yeah. I think a lot of companies, from their point of view, they're basically saying, hey, you know, either people show up or they don't, but I don't think anyone's like going to get in trouble if they don't go to work.
Now, since you're not feeling good, like in that way, or just stressed out and not feeling good in a general winter type of way?
No, I was like, I don't know, I had a sore throat and my nose was all stuffed up and stuff. So, but honestly, I feel a little bit better today. So maybe it was just like allergies or something. But you know what? It's kind of a crappy time of year for me, anyways.
Like it's kind of that kind of year, that time of year.
Right. But better safe than sorry, I think. You know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. So I've seen a couple of people post like their experiences, like day 1, day 2. I've got it. Not like, I mean, experiences being sick, like having the actual thing. And it seems like a very typical flu for the people I've seen that have documented it. A typical flu minus the pooping. Like, you know, sometimes you get a flu that makes you diarrhea. Sometimes it's like throwing up. This one seems to be sort of a throwing up and coughing type of one. and then you get
Yeah,
exhausted.
it's definitely more like respiratory from what I've seen.
And as far as things go, I honestly would rather have that. I mean, unless you're going to die from a respiratory thing, obviously not. But that than the kind where you just, I don't know, where it, just flushes you out and you're just depleted. Like, not that any of them are pleasant, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you're not going to die unless you're sensitive in your lungs, right? Or you're not going to be at risk or whatever. With this particular one, it seems like, or at least risk of dying. I shouldn't say like risk of getting it. Anyway, who cares? I'm not really here to talk about that shit unless people really, really want to. Who have you not heard from? Who have you not heard on the radar? I've not heard much from Z. For example. Okay.
Oh,
I was asking if you've not heard from anybody. Like, is anybody not checking in?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard from a lot of people anyways recently, so I can't say I've really checked in on anyone though.
I just feel that's one thing that we've got, being aware of each other and stuff. Like, we've got that potential with the internet to be aware of people who might not have people, right? Or at least to say hey and catch up. It's a good opportunity to say hey to people. All right, so a couple people out there saying hey, first while. Hear it. Let's see. My work has 17 cases of Corona. We got sent home after we show shines. So, in other words, a bunch of people have it, but you're staying there, or they still work until it starts showing up. Or, I guess there's a couple of different ways to see that one. Looks like Spaggy had to jump out.
So hey, sorry about that. I put my phone in my pocket to take care of some stuff with the dogs, and I think I accidentally hit the exit button or whatever.
Yeah, I'm kind of drawing over here, so I'm not really super paying attention to the rest. I didn't even notice right away. So, how are the pups getting along?
Oh, they're good. We just brushed the husky earlier today. Got like a giant pile of fur.
Yeah. What are you using for a comb?
I use the Furminator. That thing is amazing.
Terminator. What is that?
I'm gonna go grab it. It's basically it's like a single blade comb kind of thing. Oh, there you go. And then it's got.
Yeah. Well, which one? There's a couple of them here. So this looks like
mine's. I don't know. Mine's yellow.
Like this kind?
Yeah,
like half of a razor, like the non-moving part of a razor, or like a shaver, except like only half of it.
Yeah, but there should be a little here. Let me show my.
Because there's also this kind of like a rake, and this actually works. You got one.
What?
Oh, I hit the wrong thing. I gotta figure out how to do this. There we go. All right, so yours is only different than mine in the fact that you got that button. You can. Oh, I see. Yeah. You got a button to clear
it. It pulls the fur off. So like, here, let me see if I can. Come back! Come back! Come back!
Does that dog shed a lot?
A little bit. So see, so you get going with it, and it gets the fur on there, and you push the button, and the fur's gone.
Yeah.
So it just makes it easier cleaning.
Yeah, I got that one. Is what I figured out worked pretty dang good, and then What's the other one? Oh, and then I have one that, have you ever seen what they do with sheep? They got like a thing with a whole bunch of little wires that turn into teeth on a brush, but it's like a square of little wire bristles, I guess.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That thing works awesome. So that thing that you got will work when they're shedding and stuff, but that other one like stimulates it. So like the other one, if I go backwards with the brush one and then use that yellow one, boom, it's like way faster. Otherwise, I sit there for like 20 minutes with the yellow one. The other one together, they work pretty good. So I went and bought, I don't know if you paid attention to when I went out and bought like at least 13 different styles off of China. I went and bought them off of whatever, so you can get them for. I didn't pay more than $1. No, actually, I bought most of them on eBay. I bought most of them on eBay, and then you just look on eBay for for sort by lowest price hairbrush or whatever, dog hairbrush, and you get down to ones that cost like $1.20 shipped. Not even kidding, like less than a $2 shipped. So I ordered a whole bunch of them because I didn't know which kind was going to work for her, and that's what worked best for me too. Is that kind that looks like it shouldn't work. It looks like it should hurt or something.
Yeah, and that's one of the things when if you're first brushing the dog, because some dogs don't like it as much. Of just kind of go like real gentle with it, and then if they don't seem to mind, you can really start raking into them.
I don't know about all that. I think raking is gonna pull. Like I haven't found speed being effective for her. I don't know. Maybe they're different too, because that's the.
Yeah, I don't know. He gets kind of matty, like up around the shoulder blades, and so you do have to kind of like cut through that a little bit.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It kind of depends on where you're at. Like if I don't do her for a while, then it gets different than when I've been doing her for like, daily or something, or like when I'm on the road and I got all kinds of time and I just keep brushing all the damn time. Like then I barely got to even touch her and it all just falls right off. But if you don't do it for a while, like you say, it kind of sometimes the hair doesn't get thicker. I don't know. It must just be that the small strands of hair stick together and seem thicker.
Yeah, the undercoat kind of naps up like dreadlocks kind of.
Yeah, and
just from their oils and stuff, they'll kind of stick together to each other.
Yeah, and they're so fine that it still seems like hair. It's just thicker hair. But anyway, yeah. So, anyway, and the thing is, they like it. I think once at first she didn't like it because the family I stole her from didn't use those kind of brushes probably. So she was like, "What the hell is this?" But then after she figured out like after effects, I think she was like down with it because now she likes it.
Yeah, both of mine like it very much. But again, when I first started with the new dog, it was like, okay, let's kind of go soft. And at first, he's trying to sniff it and figure out like what is this thing. But it was real quick. You realize like, oh yeah, this is nice. Like now I'm not so itchy anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh yeah, okay, you can do that. Plus, I get petted. Yeah, this is all good.
Yeah, and then he gets to chase the little fur balls around as they blow around in the backyard.
Well, I didn't think it would be legal for you to just leave fur like that. Yeah.
Oh, I always do it outside.
That's secondary pollution.
You know what? Honestly, the birds will pick it up and use it in their nest. Exactly. They'll be loving it.
Non-native dog fluff in a California nest. It's like an endangered situation.
Yeah, we have some condors that come down and pick it all up. So I'm helping the endangered condors.
Anyway, so I've been drawing off of Autoloader's Beretta picture here. I'm sure a bunch of Beretta lovers are out there cringing like, oh, he didn't get that line right. Oh, that line's crooked for my Beretta. Let's see.
Well, you could have done one of his CZs, but, whatever.
Well, nobody said nothing. I put out there, like, who wants to vote on one? Nobody said nothing, so I just randomly picked about 4 until I picked one that I like. Luckily, I don't get sick. That's good. Let's see. Hopefully, the treatment with Metropolitan gets published or gets pushed through by emergency powers, and we can go on living our lives. Oh, I'm positive of that. More than positive of that. Yeah, there's some sort of cure or whatever. Let's just call it a cure. And yeah, they're like just figuring out the easiest way to pump that out to everybody for free. We're basically done with this whole scare. It's basically over. My one friend's had, this is spring break or whatever, right? Like this is when the kids are off, and this is when they had planned a vacation, right? So they go to California because the vacation was planned and they couldn't get, what do you call it, like a refund or whatever? Refund. So they couldn't cancel. So I went over and was helping them with some stuff, and I guess they were getting like wailed on. Like all their friends hate them now. Like all their friends with kids hate them now because they're super paranoid that their kids are in California.
Well, that seems like a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah, seriously. Like, I mean, if something would have actually happened, like, okay, and you'd have been like really reckless. Okay,
I mean, if they came home and volunteered at an old folks' home, then that's kind of a dick move.
Like we didn't even come home. We just drove straight to the hospital and started visiting old folks, coughing on them. Okay, then yeah. But
Yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly, I'm more worried about people's reaction than the thing itself. That's what I'm waiting for. Is if it goes 2, 3, 4 weeks and still no one's going back to work, that's money starts drying up. People start acting crazy.
I hear you. I'm just less and less convinced of that. And if this was a real, you look at this stuff, the different ways people are trying to get people upset or get people frightened, right? Or try to do the opposite, right? Try to calm people down or show some facts or whatever. I've seen some interesting like depictions, I guess, what do you call them, like infographics or like ways to describe the Spanish thing. Am I crazy? The Spanish thing was 36 million people, right? Like a chunk of the planet at the time, like died from that thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't see that happening on this one.
I feel like we're way more sensitive. That's one of the things too of like, okay, if the news reported every single night, 5 more people got the regular seasonal flu today, everyone would be like, oh my God, 5 more. It's like, dude, that's literally 5 people. Like, and yeah, the people who pass away, that's sad. And it is definitely targeting more older people or someone who already has some kind of lung issue. But like, other than that, it's all the attention on it, really. It's getting spun up so much.
Well, so here's the thing. I don't disagree with you at all. How many people die each day from drug overdose in this country alone?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 from what I've heard. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we can get upset about shit, but come on, get upset about shit that you want to get upset about, not that you're being told.
I mean, kind of just to steer back a little towards guns, it's kind of like this is the mass killing type event versus the regular, like handgun gang murders, right? Like it happened all at once and they got 15 people in a movie theater or whatever. Like that's bad. But when you look at it in the grand scheme, how many people didn't wear seatbelts? Like way more died from car accidents. So what are you really upset about?
Yeah, that's very interesting. So it's like selective outrage or selective.
Yeah, it's whatever the spotlight is focused on, and everyone talking about it and everyone getting all worked up. It kind of seems worse than it really is.
But let's talk about guns because I think we'd rather talk about that.
Yeah,
shit anyway.
Guns are fun. I enjoy them.
Talking about opportunity, I should say 2A because I don't give a shit about guns. I'm drawing a picture of a Beretta. That's about as much as I care about guns anymore. Everybody should already have their preps. I'm not going to talk about that. I think it'll be interesting to talk about preps after this. Talking about them now, people are still having some kind of like weird fetish like idea that it's some weird Y2K Cold War type of thing. And this is obviously not what people are going to suggest, I'm prepping for this. Like, I was prepped for this. I'm sure that's going to happen, right? There's going to be deniers that are going to be like, I was totally prepped for this. But I'll suggest to anybody who's willing to be honest about it, no one was prepping for this. Like, this is different than what people thought. This is not after the rule of law. This is prepping for the rule of law. And this is different. So it'll be neat to see some of the reactions or the ways that people learn from this and maybe hopefully change their channels a little bit. But as far as not the prep and stuff, I don't care so much about that. It'll be interesting, but I don't, that's not critical. I mean, that's sort of crucial, but it's not my thing. But the 2A stuff, the 2A, like conversations or opportunities that we'll have, I think are looking to be at this point infinite almost. Like holy moly, like the martial law, the like confusion or misunderstanding about how guns are purchased. Like it just seems like we're going to have a lot of opportunity, at the right set and setting to have discussions with people now that they're going to have a frame of reference that they never had before. And we could have wished that they would have, tried to go buy a gun and figured out that it's not easy. But because they went and did it on their own, they're going to have a whole different conversation with us at the end of all this, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I keep seeing posts about, all these, first-time gun buyers are getting upset that they can't buy a gun online and have it shipped to their house. They actually have to go to the store, and they're like, oh no, that I'm gonna have to see people. And then wait, a waiting period. I need it tonight. Like I can't wait a week.
And a lot of those are making fun of them and joking, but I really see that as like I can't wait really to see. And I mean, it's not like I'm going to have all those conversations, but when we have these conversations like this where people get together and talk about theirs.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this will be a good catalyst for, getting, I don't want to say the other side, but kind of basically, right? The people that are always, oh, you guys are crazy, you're scared of zombies, blah, 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 whatever. It's like, no, that's not really what it's all about. But, now that you've experienced some kind of, a little bit of uneasiness, I don't even know if panic's the right word, but there are probably some people that are like, oh, I hope everything's okay. Like I feel a little bit better if I had something. Then that opens up the door.
And okay, so without beating that dead horse, because dead horse ain't even in here. How many millions of people have guns, and how many millions of people, or some amount of people, went out and bought new guns or whatever for the first time? Where's the violence? Where's the rioting? There's more rioting at the end of a baseball game. That's either do they riot when they win or do they riot when they lose? I don't even know. But
both, I think.
Yeah,
I know Detroit burned down when the Tigers won. They were so happy they burnt their city down.
So like, I'm saying there's no violence now, and this is stress. This is a bunch of people who hate each other. Oh wait, maybe they don't. Like, this is a bunch of people who don't trust each other. Wait a minute, with the neighbors hanging out with each other, with a common, hereditary, common stress that they know ain't coming from their fucking neighbors. The rich people didn't create this stress. The Chinese did. And it'll be interesting to see how just rub it in, because there's only 4 people watching. It'll be curious to see. I'm going to be curious. I'm not interested. I'm curious to see how people are going to spin this to be like the rich people created it.
Yeah, I don't know. You're always us versus them. I mean, that's what politics is all about, which I don't like because I'm not really on either of the teams.
No, but I want to be able to be rich if I want, and I don't want to be rich and then set it up so that rich people are to blame for everything. And I want my kids to be rich if I had kids, right? I want your kids to be fucking rich. I want you to be rich. I think we'd do better when we're all happy and fed. All right, so I don't know if you're dinking with me, or if this person is. I think they've been here before. Population control, unlikely. I don't know what that's all about.
Maybe he's responding. Someone said something like, "Oh, this was engineered." I don't like any of those kind of conspiracy things.
Yeah, plus it's kind of too soon to tell, right? If it was that easy to tell it was engineered, then they suck at engineering it, right?
I think mistakes were made. I mean, I think the way the Chinese government handled it was wrong. They silenced people and hid stuff or whatever, but I don't think it's because they were doing it on purpose. I think they were like embarrassed that something was going on, and they have to be the perfect. Oh, our country's perfect. Like we never make mistakes.
Well, everybody does, right? I mean, everybody has to. Both everybody makes mistakes and everybody acts like they never make mistakes. Um,
But going again on the 2A stuff, do you think we could maybe get some states that have waiting periods and stuff to get rid of them after this? Like, can we get the population, like the popular opinion, on our side?
Yeah, I think it's ours to lose at this point. We literally couldn't have the ball set up. Tighten it because of the snap to pixel. Dang it! It's ours to lose. We've got social, and we've got a conversation that's been going on for a long time. So we're ready as we ever could have been to pick up the ball with this one. We've got organizations that are strong because of what happened with NRA and everything. So it's not like we're gonna wait for NRA to do this, or it's not like everyone's default is just wait for NRA to do it, especially not anymore. So yeah, we come out of this. I think we've got 4473s have always been just a racist. Well, you listened a lot, so we don't have to say it because it's only us talking to each other. But I'm saying, like, with all the stuff that Law has said, all that stuff can be brought up, and now there's, like I said, there's you can say that to somebody, but if they didn't want a gun or they don't care, and I don't care. You can tell me about something I don't care about, and I'm never going to retain it. In this case, yeah, we've got the opportunity, but they took the what's the word, like, initiative to go to the store and try to do something that they thought they could do, and were denied. And even if they next Tuesday and it's all over, and they don't care anymore, they're still going to remember that they can do something that they were told by others that they would be able to do. And you know what I mean? Like, that's a lie that they were told. They know that, and the liar isn't going to say, remember when we lied to you last time? It's like, we have to. It's our responsibility, our obligation, right? It's like it's ours to lose if we don't make sure that they relate that or whatever, or like understand that it's the word, like that situation, or back and forth. Because yeah, tomorrow, as soon as, well, already I've seen posts where Tulsi Giffords gave up Hawaiian. So now it's only dudes running. There's no females running for the Democrats. And she's like, I'm on board with Joe, and I'm going to be anti-gun with him. So she's like gone full-blown anti-gun. So they're not about to stop. They're going to double down. And if we just let them double down and blow on through to the next thing, what are they going to hate next? I don't know. They're probably going to look at the number of 4473s and use that as some justification for some more infringement or whatever, right? Or they're going to be like, thanks to the mayors who decided martial law was so great, let's make that easier for them next time. They're going to start some weird shit like that. And it's our obligation to make people go, hey, wait a minute, look at, or at least give people the option to say, hey, these are the same people that said this was so good. And yeah, what did it do for you during the corona scare?
Yeah. Well, and then too, I'm thinking of again, the states that have like the background check for personal sales or whatever. Well, yeah. Right now, all the 4473, well, at least in this area, that those stores are deemed like non-essential or whatever. So yeah. Even if you had a buddy who's got 5-6 guns and he's going to let you borrow one for 2 weeks, that's illegal to do because it's a transfer. Like, even if you're not buying it from them, they can't just let you borrow it for a little bit without doing the paperwork. So that could be another, ammunition on our side of going, hey, remember when you didn't even want to buy one? Like, you still don't want to own one, but when an emergency happens and your buddy lives 2 doors down, you can't go run to his house and knock on the door.
Mm-hmm. And then what's going to be, I guess the slippery slope is a good argument, but then obviously what next? There's going to be vehicles or whatever. And anyway, so yeah, I think there's, we know there's going to be a lot, right? We can, I don't know. And then we've got the martial laws, and again, the same people that a couple of years ago would have been super embarrassed, would have never admitted out loud that they're coming to take anything. Now we're standing on the same stage with people whose whole campaign is, I'm coming for your guns. So when they can't hide behind the, like, well, I'm not for all that, because here's mayors doing stuff like taking, creating martial law and stuff, right?
Yeah, or putting in like a curfew and stuff, and like, oh, you don't have a permit to carry or whatever. It's like, well, what if you have to go out in the middle of the day? Like, I don't know. But you're right. The cat's out of the bag now that they do definitely want to come and take all your guns. I don't know if you saw the thing with Biden was talking to it was a union worker in Detroit, and the guy's like, "Hey, how come you want to like take my guns?" And he's like, "Oh, you're full of shit. I never said that." Like he starts getting real mad at the guy, and he goes, "Listen, I own shotguns and my son hunts." And the guy's like, "Yeah, cool, but you still want to take my guns?" He goes, "Well, I mean," and again, they had one of those little like he misspoke, which everyone jumped on. But he's like, "Well, your AR-14." Like, oh, yeah, I'm going to take that. So it's like, well, wait a minute. You just one sentence you go, I'm not coming for your guns. Well, I mean, those ones I'm coming for, obviously, but like, not your other ones.
Well, and that's the whole misunderstanding is that the auto worker guy could have said, "Why are you coming for America's most popular rifle, the AR-15?" And then Biden couldn't have said, "You're full of shit. I never said that." Because what he's fallen back on is he's either wrong, he's either like, dumb, like ignorant of his own stuff, or he's being that like he's cutting it that fine that when the guy says, "Why are you coming to take our guns?" he can say, "I only said I'm coming to take your AR-15s and assault weapons," he would have said. So, you know what I mean? Like he's either drawing a line there saying, "Oh no, I said specifically this," but that's the problem is that they're conflating, right, guns and AR-15s. And Joe, the auto worker guy, is suggesting AR-15 is the most popular rifle is by default. Like, if you would have said 1911, you might as well have said gun. If you said Glock, you might as well have said gun. If you're saying shotgun, you might as well say gun. AR-15, you might as well say gun. It's sort of common vernacular. I don't know what the word is, like nomenclature, but since Joe Biden, the fucking gun prohibitionist, only talks about guns when he's talking about defining them for prohibition or dismissing any gun owner as a fucking idiot. He doesn't care about the actual preciseness of his words, even though he's a politician and he should be ultimately responsible for the preciseness of what he says. So that's the frustrating part about that whole exchange. And then everybody gets to fall back on the argument about, are they talking about guns or are they talking about AR-15s? And is that the same thing or is it not? You know what I mean? Because then anybody who wants to defend Biden can just say, you're, erroneously, or what's the word, like you're wrongly associating all guns with AR-15s. That's not the same thing. And that's why I say if he would have just said, as America, the AR-15 is the most popular, the most sold, the most owned rifle in this country, and you specifically say you're going to go after those, somehow quickly say that, then I think Biden couldn't have done that little wordplay or fallen back on that, because that's what I think he's doing. I think he's an idiot, and he just doesn't know. And then, after the fact, 2020 hindsight, his political puppeteers are saying, well, Joe only meant assault weapons, and this guy said guns, and he meant every gun, and Joe didn't mean hunting guns. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, even in that exchange, Joe says something about like, we're talking about machine guns here. And the dude goes, it's semi-automatic. That's not a machine gun. And then he's like, you're a liar. Yeah, it is. You're full of shit. It's like,
well, yeah, exactly. And that was at the end. Biden says, can you own a machine gun? And the guy goes, no. And and Biden says, why? And he goes, because they're illegal. And he goes, yeah, so is your AR-14 or some shit like that. And it's like, so fucking wrong in so many ways, but because and that's why I am skeptical that these people that have went to college never had a real job ever except for politics. So their only career, they've lived their entire lives by just being aware of how to manipulate and how to say stuff without saying stuff and how to say stuff by meaning three things at the same time. They're just so good at picking the right words. I don't believe that these people are ignorant. I think that they need to say the exact right word for abortions. They need to say the exact right word for guns. They need to say the exact right word for healthcare. I forget all the different controversial topics, but they're fluent in what's. And they might not be like savvy themselves, but they've got political people. I'm not going to give it to them that they're dumb. I don't think they are. I think that they 100%.
No, they are willfully ignorant on that kind of stuff. I mean, it's especially if you've been doing it for so long, like you know what you mean, but you also know that when you say something wrong, half of the population is going to be like, well, yeah, I agree with Biden. Like, you shouldn't own machine guns, and AR-15s are machine guns. He said that perfectly right. Nothing wrong with what he said.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was trying to say. It's like these people know exactly what they can and need to say, and they're just way more savvy.
And I mean, I don't know. I'll give credit to the auto worker dude. I mean, could he have chose a couple better words? Probably. You can always look back and, oh, I should have said this instead of that or whatever. But I think he did a fairly decent job. I've seen people do worse when they stand up to politicians, so I'll give him credit. Like,
oh, definitely, because there's no way to know what Biden was going to say. So if he's just sitting there having to come up with something quick to say to Biden, yeah, 100%. Like, who else had the balls to get up and ask him a question like that and then get into the national to talk about it, because of it.
But that's also why I think sometimes these types of conversations are good, like practice for us of kind of learning how to get our point across a little bit better. If any one of us or anyone listening ever finds themselves in that situation and has the guts to stand up to someone, like, then they might do a little bit better job.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's why I really like the rallies. They were getting to be a real potential opportunity for people. Now, we didn't get many protesters or gun prohibitionists showing up at rallies, but you've always got the potential, right? And then, just making a point that you're at a rally or, letting people know that you do rallies or something, you've got even more potential in real life to have somebody hit you on an Instagram post with a objection or a question, or in real life, like I guess, in at the rally itself, where somebody shows up to have like a alternate point of view or whatever, and if they're willing to have a constructive conversation, then yeah. But without rallies, that gets tougher. And like I say, we had a bunch of them going this year. I think we will continue to see, especially with all the. I can't see too many people coming out of this and going, well, I'm not going to be politically active anymore. There's really no need. You know what I mean? Like, it's over. Like, everything's settled. Everything's pretty good. So coming out of this, hopefully we'll see some people that want to get together and figure, like you're saying, like how to have more effective communication and conversation. And as those people collaborate, get all kinds of ideas. And I think one thing we don't do, and it's, I think it probably happens to other people too, but we, in our conversations, we don't allow for the other side to evolve. And this has got to be a potential, if not, not a given, that the other side's going to evolve a little bit. I mean, because like I say, we can ask them to care about guns. We can ask them to understand our plight. But once they've stood them in our shoes, it's a whole different story. We're coming with a whole different, ability to have a conversation than we ever have before.
Yeah, and that's where, I don't know, where the battle is won is between people. So that's I'm looking forward to going back to work and talking with people and stuff.
I mean, definitely the battles are between people, okay, but I think that a lot of it is, what am I trying to say? Like, the fact that nothing's happening. Like, you know what I mean? If like this would have been chaos, if we were third world by now, a little bit of suggestion of strife, everyone goes to blows and we're just killing each other. So more people die of the chaos than of the panic, or whatever. The panic kills more people than the flu. In that kind of situation, how do you have a conversation with people after? In a world where, I don't know, we own more guns than anywhere else in the world, a shit ton more people bought guns. And as far as I can tell, nobody decided to become infamous, with something crazy. And as long as something like that happens and we have a conversation after with like, what's the bad part about guns again? Like, you felt safer knowing that, a cartel couldn't come up here and just take your stuff, right? Like, a bunch of people bought guns, right? Mm-hmm. You think that no one transferred guns because it wasn't able to, because of the calls couldn't be made, or do you think guns got transferred? Like, what was the real consequence of all that? I mean, like, that's a conversation. That's the environment we get to have that conversation in, right? So I hear what the like individual conversations matter, but I think that influences it, or that adds something, right? Or gives us a framework or whatever. I don't know the right word.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. As long as those memes about, hey, I stocked up on ammo because you got the toilet paper for me. As long as those don't become true and they stay just jokes, then we'll be fine.
That's a great way.
Or like a picture of a dude all boogalooed out and saying like, thanks for getting toilet paper for me. Like, yeah, okay, dude. Let's not do that, because that's hurting our cause for sure.
Yeah, I'm losing respect for those people. At first, I thought, oh, okay, these are veterans. Like, these are people that have understood what it's like, and they're kind of in their way, same way an ambulance driver or a nurse, right, might joke about something that most people are going to consider inappropriate because they live within stuff that's horrible, and it's the only way to rationalize it or to live with it. Dark humor, whatever it's called, for like people that have been there, done that. But the more I see and the more I meet the people that make some of these things, these aren't people that have served. These are people that hang out and like emulate. They look at people that have served and buy the same beer they got or whatever. But the people that are starting those things they're not generally whatever. They're either weird or they just want something to happen because they've never seen anything happen. They want to have their own like whatever experience at the cost of others or something. I'd say those people doing much. They're not.
It's like they're doing cosplay. But that being said, I still giggle at those memes because I know they're just jokes, so it is kind of funny.
I see them because they come up in my feed. One of those things like when like back in the day you'd go through a gun show and there'd be like maybe a poster of some like awkward chick in a weird bikini that didn't fit her right, holding a gun wrong without like maybe with the wrong mag or like a strap on weird so that it just you could tell that it was something that was engineered. Somebody thought it would be cool, but no one really knew what was going on. It looks like a big clusterfuck. And then it's like a giant poster that was produced and people are buying. That's how I feel about those memes. It's like, oh, those are there, and we're a free country, so I don't care. But at the same time, it's like, oh, that's embarrassing as hell. Like, of all the free, all the things you could do when you're free, you chose to like, just sit there. Boring. A wild Smeggy appeared.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm done playing with the doggies, so I'm gonna head in. It's nice chatting with you.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in for a bit.
So take it easy, everyone that's watching this, and take it easy, you. Say bye. Bye, guys. Oh, look at those good pups. Sit down, Zig. Hey, sit.
I don't even know the screen. No, I do.
Zig, sit. Come on, puppy. Sit down.
Yeah, they look pretty close to the same. Except Mello's got a pink nose.
All right. All right. See you guys.
Really. All right, I'll go back to, I don't know if I like this when it's happening with this grip or not, but I'm going to keep going with it and see if I like the final or not. So the goal was to do something live, give people something to do if they weren't at work or looking for something to do. Really, it's just been me and Smeggy and a couple other people hanging out. So you're out there, let me know. Send out links to a couple of people to join in. Doesn't look like they're gonna. So I think we got about another half an hour, 40 minutes or something till the Almanac debuts. And nobody else is saying anything. So maybe everybody is just out doing their thing. Hopefully people are enjoying their time with their kids. I see some people are offering their own version of homeschooling, giving them some opportunity to have influence on what the kids are learning, and we get a lot of feedback about what the kids are learning, what they're absorbing, right? What we're being taught and what you absorb are two different things. I know they tried to teach me a bunch of shit that I never got through. And of course, the other goal when we do stuff on Fridays is to remind people that we do have a store, that we are completely funded by the Patreon supporters and the Gear website store. So if you are interested in the kind of stuff that we do over here, then consider purchasing something over at the store. And we'll drop a link there at some point. And give me some feedback on this texture. I don't know if I like this texture. Sort of some sort of like basket weave, I think. Like G10, probably engraved with a robot, and I'm trying to emulate a robot. But that's what I don't think it's working. What I probably should have done too is do all this texture crap in a separate layer so that I didn't like it. I could just click a button and it would disappear. Still be there, so I wouldn't have wasted all the time making it. I might still do that. A little trick, Gary. And if I would have started off originally to do that. Thank you. Whoa, what the hell happened here? All right, that's about as much as I am gonna do to this, and we'll see. Turn that off. It's all right, I guess. Better than it just being not anything, because then it would look too cartoony, I think. Yeah, now do I write Beretta on there or not? Because that'll look weird, but I think I'm going to try. But I am going to do that in a separate layer. Oh, nice. And I just do everything under color instead of lines where I wanted it. So I'm going to change this to lines. It really doesn't matter. I'm going to change this to color, even though it doesn't matter. And put that underneath there. And now I will add another layer here. And I could probably, I can say nothing, just go in here and make another layer. So now I'm going to go in really close and see what happens if I try to draw this Beretta thing. Fastest thing you didn't get notice. Sorry about that. Too been live for about an hour and something. Smeggy was in here for a bit. So this little thing, jam this in. All right, so there's a bit of the outlines. I'm not screen sharing. Oh, thank you very much. I just wasted a bunch of time because the whole point of this is screen sharing. Thank you. So now we'll go in and zoom in. This is Smeggy's dog, I think. So I just missed the whole Beretta part and everything. Right now we'll do colors. Flip out of the strokes, don't need it. Go back to fill. And we'll make it this color gray for now. And same tool, just we're not going to use the other side of the tool. So that's basically like electronic coloring book for a little while. I think I'll undo that and go around this way to get that little corner. So we're spending some time here just trying to have a conversation or whatever, just to offer people some time to talk about something besides the news of the day and to introduce the Shooters Almanac here in about an hour, not even an hour. After that, we'll switch from drawing a cartoon here, and I'll start publishing a few of the Shooters Almanacs. And depending on how long we go live, what time is it? It's like 3 o'clock here. I think we got a while before Gizzard goes live. I don't know if anybody else goes live on Fridays anymore. And we'll publish as many, or we'll print as many of them as we can until my printer ink runs out, I guess, or until we run up into somebody else's show or something, people quit watching. It's only a couple, 6 people watching now, I guess, but there's only been a couple of 3 people watching here today anyway. But we'll see if the thing catches on. If, like I say, some people show up, they've got links, we'll chat about whatever. And in about an hour, I don't know, I gotta figure out when it starts here, we'll cut in and watch the premiere of the Shooters Almanac video that's going live, and then we'll start printing the Shooters Almanac. Let's see what it looks like here. Boom. Look pretty good, like a Beretta, I guess. This is very much how the Beretta engineers make their guns, from what I can understand. 1393. Oh, that's part of his name. I never even noticed that before. I think I'm going to take a break, turn the radio up a little bit. It's not really the radio. It's royalty free, attribution not required, music from YouTube. I'm going to turn that up a little bit and go see what's going on with the puppy. See if she's looking out the front door. She might be. No, she's not because I closed it. Or more than likely, she's in the other room moping. After looking at Smeggy's pup there, though, makes me want to drive up to California and put them two dogs next to each other. I think she would go to California. I don't think she cares about the panic. All right. All right, I'll be right back. Man, I should have brought my camera in there. She was sleeping with her back legs stiff, right? Stiff-legged. So her back legs were stiff and she was all curled up, so her back legs were sticking over her head kind of funny. And then she had put her front legs kind of over her back legs. I'd never seen her lay that way before. But as soon as I went in there, she moved. If I would have had a camera, I could have got a picture of it. All right, let's go see what time this thing goes live. This is our YouTube channel. Oh, we got 79 minutes, a little over an hour for this one to go live. See if you'll get clerked. You getting clerked right now? No. What's going on? There we go. I don't need this open at all. Dang, this is super boring with nobody showing up and nobody doing it. Nobody saying nothing. Oh, I guess it's a silver barrel. A lot of colors in there. That's why I don't like raster images. There's a shit ton of colors. Let's see. I saw a comment come up on the YouTube side, but it's going to take a second before I can throw it up over here on the duck. Because the duck's slow. Dang, I'm never going to get the right color. I think I got to go this way. Oh, actually, dang. The duck, it's a red gray. This needs to be dark. There we go. What was the highest temperature we had for the summer of 2019? Probably 114. Let's find out. Hottest temperature 2019. Oh, it was only 110. I thought we got to 114 last year. It was only 110. The temperature in Phoenix hit 114. That was July 16th. So Saturday, July 16th or July 6th was the hottest day so far in Tucson. And that's the hottest temperature that day so far. I want to hear the hottest temperature, period. The 29 years ago, Tucson's hottest day on record was 117 in 1990. And then it says in 2017 we got to 116. See, but even here, this was last year in the end of July, and it got to 102. I think it got to 104. I remember I had to go up to the mountain a couple of times last year. Like, I couldn't deal with it. I don't have air conditioning, so I went up to the mountain. Yeah, it's like when a loon, you ever seen like a loon or a duck take off from water, how they fart around for like an hour and a half before they get speed because their feet, they don't pick up their feet, they drag their feet along. They take forever before they get up off the water. That's what it's like with the duck. You're trying to wait for a comment. You know it's coming. You just gotta wait for the dang thing to lift its feet up. So I don't know if y'all noticed, but whoever I do this on, right, on the live feeds like this, what'll happen is you'll be on the video that I use because I'm doing this so that I can make a video out of this, right? I'll speed this up and make a video out of it. So whenever I leave somebody's name up on the screen for more than a moment or two, you'll be in the video also. It's like an extra bonus perk, free 2-bit plugin. So now I'll go around and recolor some of this stuff with some darker colors. What the hell? They just played this song a second ago. I need to go find some more songs, I guess. Maybe I'll do that right now, in fact, because I'm sick of it. It sounds like I'm listening to the same 6 songs over and over and over. So I'm going to try to make this a hair darker if I can. I don't like getting it to actual black. That did pretty good. It got it darker without going to actual black. But I think I'm going to shut this thing up, and I'm going to go over to the YouTubes with clicking that button. And now I'll wait for that to show up on my screen eventually. And then I'll click on this button, no, this button, this button right there. Then when this shows up eventually, well, not so much for your mom. Your mom probably doesn't care, but for all the ladies, it's nice for the ladies. Like you'll be at a bar or whatever, and a lot of times my videos will be on the TV screen at a bar, and then boom, your name is up there. Yeah, start getting all the ladies. All right, so I'm hitting it to attribution, not required, because I ain't crediting nothing to nobody. And then why don't we just go ahead and make the duration over 5 minutes, because we don't get time for short songs. And then we're going to flip it to inspirational, because that'll be awesome. And now we'll ignore anything that say no, they have to say inspirational. So I guess we'll have to ignore anything that says, I don't know, should we ignore this dance one? This one's going to be played. I've heard that one before. I've heard that in little videos on YouTube that I've watched. This one is called Grass. That's a shitty song. So this one is called Lord Get You Some. That was shitty. So next we're going to go to this one called Leaky. All right, I'm not going to find any good ones. I'm just going to turn it down. And I wish there was some way to just put like random into YouTube so that they could show me some random ones. I'm going to click it off of inspirational because all of those sucked. None of them were inspirational. They were all weird. This one is called Tired Break. Shawl Paul. This one almost sounds interesting. They call this one Rock and Bright. This sounds like you're going somewhere. I like this one. It sounds like you're going somewhere with this song. This would be a good song to show, like fast forward on the dash cam. Or maybe like a fast forward of like getting some kind of project done. All right, so now we're going to take that, darken it, darken it, darken it, darken it. Definitely need to darken this whole area. Oh shit, in the text. Good news or bad news? Fuck. Okay. Here we go. All right, just heard back from somebody that's doing all right. That's good. I'm gonna plug this back in where I yanked it out of, and go back to work here. In 2018, we were close to Tucson heat with 108. Where are you at again? Also July 6th. July 6th is when the people with all the money must have just figured to make all the poor people get hot. Back. And because we covered up that other layer, we go over here and basically chop it below those two gold things. Usually things don't matter where they are in the layer or the stack, but like that, when you covered something up, you definitely want to be aware of where you've got it in the order over there so that you don't basically waste your time to cover stuff up. All right, so it got a little bit more color to it now, but you need to get a little red thing in there. You need to color that hammer, and that is this just some sort of beaver tail, I guess. Here, so this thing should be shaded a little bit. This. So now, just mess that up. Bring this color. Bring this thing down a little bit. That'd be better. All right, so now I need to take this and put it underneath that and turn this particular one into this particular color. And now we've got that red dot there. And I think I'll take that color there and make it some other color, like that color. All right, let's get rid of that base plate because it should be a different color. So we'll go down and get rid of it. Oh shit, I guess that song is over. I don't know, you can help me vote. I'm not gonna save that song. I didn't like that song that good. It would be good for like a montage or for like if you were driving somewhere in the video and you needed to have music for the drive part of it, but I don't like it. So we're gonna go to one called Sunshine on the Sand, which is supposedly a new song from Unicorn Heads, which needs no attribution and is non-royalty required or whatever. Weird. Why is this piece of it gold? Doesn't make any sense to me. But Berettas don't make any sense to me. going to take that color, make it that color. See if you like that. All right, and now I think I'll take the front of this trigger, leave it this color. Right, and then that'll allow me to turn the back of it a darker color. Maybe that much darker, just so that it has some shade. But I guess I should have done that the other way and made this the darker one into the picture. And then I think I can turn this to the same color as this. We're getting there. I could probably do something up here to show the slide is different than the frame. Maybe I can make the whole frame a different color. That's the way to do it or not. This one I like. Try to think of what this sounds like. This definitely sounds like something. Yep, it sounds like something I can't picture, but I'm keeping it. I just downloaded this one. So not just little tweaks like that, changing the color here and there, adding a little bit of shape and whatnot. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to this. I just go and kind of paint by numbers or coloring bucket. It starts to give it some more shape. And then like those colors are a little bit too close together, so I'll just drop this another shade. So I did hear back from some people in California that things are doing okay, so that's good to hear. Talked to Smeggy a little earlier. Things are going okay with him as well. Talked to Bob last night on the show, right? He was doing all right. On websites, people are all doing good here in Tucson. Yesterday, at Yankee Show, a bunch of people were offering good wishes. I appreciate that. Been checking in on a bunch of old people we know. They're all doing pretty good. Worth knowing old people, even though they're old, because they've been around the block a couple of times. They've done some stuff. Yeah, that was necessary. I don't know why I never had that on there before, because that definitely was needed. I'm going to do this portion here, a separate color. I think this should probably be a lighter color, and then that'll help show all that hatcheting that took a minute to draw. Then the trick is sort of to come up, not next to the thing, but right near the thing, so that you leave a little bit of color change right at the edge there. And then you drop this guy down to 1, 2, well, maybe I should do that one right there. That's the color right there. Yep, definitely took that one. So next is a New Orleans crawfish broil. Yeah, crawfish broil. Boil? They're broiling boiled crawfish. this definitely sounds like a Dead song, so I like this one already. Sounds like about 4 songs already. Snap, we've got another person jumping in here. Seems like it's done here. I'll jump over. Good afternoon.
Hey, G, how are you, man?
Good. How's it going up in the northwest?
I mean, kids aren't in school till the 24th, so I get to learn how to teach remotely, which is probably good for me. Trying to keep it half full, you know?
Yeah. Well, how is that with behavioral?
Well, what's nice for me is because of what I do for a living, I don't have that many students. I don't have like 25 students. I only technically have 4. So I've just set up a system where I do an hour a day with each kid. And really, it's just about keeping structure in their lives. I don't really think they're going to learn a heck of a lot. I just don't want them to learn what I already lose what I already taught them.
Is this an opportunity for the parents to, like, because I'm assuming, and maybe it's different with your situation, but do parents come in and, like, on a Tuesday just hang out to see how you interact and what happens? So that, I guess what I'm saying is this a potential for parents to experience some of what you do so that they can gain?
Yeah, one would hope, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
My parents won't do that, but mostly it's just I do like a reading lesson, a math lesson, and a writing lesson. But I'm very like old school, I think called direct instruction, where the kids have been doing it so long with me. It's actually a good routine for them because kids want the world to be predictable overall. And now we're living in a world that's anything but that.
Sure. And then that gives them a little bit of whatever consistency.
Right. And then because I, like I said before, I work for the tribe, there's a bunch of that stuff that is their cultural part, and I can't teach that. I'm not a tribe member. So I sent home some materials where the parents can maybe go over the history of the tribe and some of the tribulations they've been through, and maybe give some perspective on this isn't as bad as some of that.
Oh, that's interesting. I never even thought about it from that angle. Holy shit. I mean, if you're talking, I mean, obviously that's, I don't know, were the tribes, were the peoples of the Northwest ever affected with the smallpox BS?
No, but they definitely, they were the traditional, hey, these are your lands. Never mind. Go over there. These are your lands. Never mind. Go over there.
And that's a little different. I was just thinking of the actual literal similarity of like the whole smallpox thing, because that's definitely something that's
right.
It hasn't really been brought up.
Well, and then our school is really good about we're not just one tribe. We're trying to be all tribes. That's why they, even though it's the Puyallup tribes, they named it after the Nisqually leader, Chief Leshai, because their message was that any Native people can come to the school. We got kids from all over.
But otherwise, aside from that, like in general, how's the stress level up there?
Like everywhere in America, if we just got enough paper towel, I think we'd all, or toilet paper, we'd all be fine. But I mean, I don't see anybody like going crazy or anything. Everybody's still being polite.
Right on. And that's a great way to say it too, is that, when manners and politeness are out the door, then you really know.
But I mean, the stores that I've been in have been, everybody's, pretty quiet, and then they just kind of get in their things, but nobody seems like they're, fighting over, little bits of things that are there. But if we all just need to calm down and let the supply chain start up again. There's toilet paper. We just need to stop and just chill for a bit,
And then I was talking, I don't know how many chats you listen to, but Matt has some insight to the way that stores order and do their stuff. And I don't know if you heard that one or not, but I really think there's some potential with the way that this happened, to not prevent, but at least to be aware in the future of a potential, because basically this is the way that the stores used to order, as a person would go around and decide, okay, we're low on this, or we need that next week or something. And now the stores get just, and the robots at the store know, this many paper towels came in today. So when there's 20, like let's say 24 came in today. So when we get to 20, order another one, because that's when we'll need the next one. So in other words, it's automated. And it sounds like, because I figured this out already, all you'd have to do is have a system where if someone were to buy more than 10 of anything, it gets ID'd or tagged. And then in the system, as soon as there's more than one instance, or whatever the calculation is, as soon as there's enough instance of people buying more than 10, it creates a thing that says a ration. It creates a thing that automatically a fail safe, like, oh, you can only buy 5. It's just in case, just so that the shelves don't go dry. Because
that's the big problem.
Yeah, and that's all it is. And we don't need rationing and what's the words, like, there's another word for rationing, but we don't need all limitations and shit. It's just a matter of the stores who are the ones running stuff to just not screw themselves, like shoot themselves in the foot, literally, by letting a panic happen. Like they could have, and I don't think they have to, but they certainly could have eliminated a lot of this by just being able to stop the one or two. Because think about it. I was looking for thermometers for my mom. And how many thermometers can a store possibly have? 3, 5, right? Like the biggest store in the world, 10. Like thermometers ain't that big thing, right? So if
I had the same problem. I had to go get one from my mom. I found one at the gas station that's by my house that I got buy ice at. Went to every Rite Aid and Walmart you could ever think of. No, none of them.
And they just happened to have one? Or it was like
yeah, I'm like, you don't have thermometers, do you? And he's like, yeah, I got like 5 right here. Which kind do you want? I'm like,
oh, okay. So then, you know what I'm saying? So like a store, like a regular outfitter might have. I mean, it's a diagnostic first aid thing. I know I have one because whenever I did EMT school, you have one. It's the thing you have, right? But then you never use it. I never used it. So I don't know where it is. So I couldn't find one. I went to go look for one at a store. Anyway, all I'm getting at is if let's say there's 5 at the store. And let's say it's something else that there's 50 of, because that's probably more realistic. But let's say there's cans of beans or something that there's 50 of. And some jerk comes in and buys 40 of them because he can't, because it costs $1 a piece and costs $40 to buy all 40 of them. In real life, if he would have only bought 4 and a whole bunch of other people were concerned and they bought 4, there'd still be like 27 of them on the shelf or whatever the hell the math is, right? Like, and all they'd have to do is have something in stock that doesn't allow people. And what's the worst that would happen? If somebody really needed a shit ton of beans, they would buy them again. They'd go back and buy more. I'm not suggesting that the stores have to be some sort of like quantity police, but they could certainly prevent themselves from being out of stuff by just putting something in. And since this has never come up in recent history, I don't think it's something that, I've just solved. Because it'd be the same as if like the Cabbage Patch Kids or the Beanie Babies or anything that was popular for a minute, Elmo, like all those things that are rare. We're only interested in only some people, only parents, and only parents who want 8 kids that age, and only kids that age that wanted it, and only kids of that age that wanted it didn't already have one, right? There's only so many people that want a Cabbage Patch or an Elmo, and they still went out of stock. This just happens to be something we all wipe our butts. So right. I mean, I think that there's potential for us to learn so much out of this. And then let's talk about the CDC. I've been harping on this one for a while, but stupid ass CDC, our Center for Disease Control. So if you're either you hate government, you think it's a waste and a place for unscrupulous people to go hide, right? Or you love the government. But either way, we have a government and they get paid, and the CDC gets paid a lot of money to be the Center for Disease Control. And all they did was not do nothing. They worried about guns. They worried about if guns were a problem. What the fuck kind of guns disease or guns? Where were they worried about our strategic infrastructure of masks or other personal cleaning devices or whatever the word is for, gloves and masks and stuff? Like, where were they strategizing our vulnerabilities as a nation in an epidemic, which is all they're worried about. Their whole job is epidemic. It isn't, political policy and whether or not a piece of property, is a problem, and how we can deceptively ignore the fact that all the issues with firearms as far as violence happen in 5 counties in this country, and we're going to somehow make it into a problem where we ignore an epidemic which creates martial law, and now domestic victims can't even call the police. They don't have the right to call the police right now. They have no right to expect the police to show up in Pennsylvania. I guess in Philadelphia, at least, they don't have the right. A victim doesn't have the right to assume the police are going to show up or even care of their plight if the assaulter is the bad guy isn't still there. Like, there's just dumb. So the Center for Disease Control should be hold foot to the flame on this one, but they're hold them responsible for creating this situation. Now, that being said, Trump is the boss of them, so I'm not giving anybody politically any kind of excuse or nothing, or I'm not ignoring nothing. Like, everybody who's been president since ever, like, should have had this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, what a legacy for Obama. If this would have happened and everybody had been like, all the medical people would have been like, oh yeah, no big deal. Obama thought about this a long time ago, and we have a shit ton of prep ready for this. Like, all we have to do is open some doors. Don't even worry about it. Go to your stores or go to your Walmart parking lots and get your test, because we got a bunch of them. Obama was ready. He could have had a legacy that people would vote him back in again. You know what I mean? Like, they'd be
Right.
like, get rid of this guy. Let's get Obama back. But no, they've all ignored this shit, and they've all politicized it. And this is an opportunity for us as citizens to go, hey, wait a minute. Those are represented, elected officials. Those aren't our bosses. They're not our kings or our rulers or our emperors. We don't wait for them to tell us what's right. We hold them responsible. And when they fail, there's consequences, and we bring another group in. So yeah, with a bunch of kids that have never voted before from the national level coming into office, I'm thinking we got some real potential for consequences. And I don't know, maybe we'll just see a bunch of shit change and everybody will forget everything and we'll be more vulnerable than ever. But I really don't think so. I think that we learn.
Half people forget, and then half the people will actually band together.
But the people that matter, the people at the CDC, like, who cares if, Joe Blow, the guy who, whatever, is out of work this week because, he's got some job that's, not in the CDC of some sort. And, who cares if that guy forgets? But if that gal forgets. But the people at the CDC is, I guess that's what I'm thinking of, is those people are never going to forget these things, and they're going to have learned the lessons that, like, oh shit, we needed masks. Like, I really think we'll have masks for whatever's next. If the country doesn't actually end, right?
Right.
The next time.
One of our little counties here in Washington, Douglas County, the guy that's in charge of the health department there, he's had his people practicing pandemics for the last 3 years on a regular basis.
Because of being like so close to the Asian ports.
I think it's Washington. It's just, he was a smart dude. It's like, hey, one of these things is coming. So they practiced, like, they had people that they knew. They would practice, like, flu shots, drive-through flu shot stations, or, checking people for, the regular flu, but they were planning ahead, and he had enough for his staff to have, like, the full on, like, you're walking into nuclear reactor suits.
Oh, I got you saying. Like, in other words, instead of being like, oh, dang, we need to order some stuff, they had.
Yeah, he already had it all.
No, exactly. And this is an opportunity for somebody to, for the whole next elections, for people to, it's like we had a common adversary. So, like, now, instead of like, oh, I don't like politicians, I don't like the cut of their jib or something. Now it can be, hey, they weren't prepared for COVID. They weren't prepared for the China virus, the virus that came from China, and it's not racially inappropriate to acknowledge that, I don't think. Right? In the future, they'll be able to say, hey, this is a politician who didn't do their job as a representative official holding the CDC's feet to the fire. They don't have to worry about whether or not they're, I don't know, something happened when they were 16 years old or something that's not appropriate, applicable to actual politics. Like so often happens, the elections.
I think it's going to be interesting to see what America comes up with that has nothing to do with the virus. You take a bunch of bored Americans, you have them sit around for 8 weeks, they're going to come up with some really cool products.
No, exactly. And that's what I was thinking too. Somebody said it's going to be a Clover Show. So somebody said it's going to, I think it was on Clover Show yesterday. Somebody said it's going to be a baby boom for YouTube channels.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it because every time you see something new come along, like, the old shit has to get better. So I'm sick of the old guard just sitting around doing the same old shit every fucking time something happens. Nothing bugs them, nothing moves them. I'd love it if a whole bunch of YouTubers came along and required the status quo to get up off their ass and do something.
Yeah, there's going to be things that are invented in this next 8 weeks that are going to be something that's going to be part of our lives that we don't even know what it is right now.
Because you could literally be sitting down, like I'm fucking around with in Illustrator right now, just dinking out this picture. But I could just as easily be in a machine file program, making a machine file of a 3D item, and then send that to a place that prints on demand or drills on demand or mills on demand or whatever they do to create your piece on demand. And you could have, 6 pieces that come together to be the thing that changes the world, and have those made by 6 different individuals that don't know what any of the pieces they're creating are. And you could, just by the post office, which are, thanks for being out there. Thanks for doing your jobs when nobody else, is scared, or a lot of other people are scared to be out there. But with just the post office and whoever's working at probably in a garage, potentially in a garage with a mill or some sort of piece of equipment that they put on a credit card and they're paying off by doing jobs like this, just the mail. And then you could have 7 different, whatever groups come together or be part of the same thing. And you could have 2 weeks from now, a whole different kind of computer, a whole different type of tablet, a flexible tablet, a printed tablet. I don't know.
Well, lots and lots of people, if I had more time, I would blank. Right. Well, if you're not having to go to work and, you're working from home, you could do a whole bunch of that stuff.
And just I'm thinking, I've never been a fan of school. Sorry. I just didn't like school. And I thought of it as kind of a waste of everything. I didn't like it. So whenever I was at school sitting in, I remember, I don't know if it's still like this, but you had those desks where there's stuff in there, like the top would lift up.
Yeah.
In there. Because at least in little kids' school, you'd have like a ruler and glue. I don't know. You had a bunch of stuff in there because of whatever class you'd be doing, right? I don't remember anymore. Did teachers come in? But you'd be doing math, you'd have to pull out your math stuff. And if you were doing something else, you'd pull out that stuff. Anyway, so I can remember needing all this stuff because we didn't have laptops. Back in the olden days, all you had was books. It was sort of like they printed the internet and then gave you like a stack of printouts. And then they would give you that at the beginning of the year and you'd have to give it back at the end of the year. And you had all these different stack of printouts of the internet and then they'd put it by subjects, right? And so you'd do math class or whatever. So we'd bring out our math books and then I was always thinking, like, why couldn't I do this at home? Like, if we're all sitting in these little cubicles, I didn't know what a cubicle was, but I figured we're all sitting in these little pods, right? Because the chair was attached to the desk. It was stupid. And so you're sitting in this little thing. I'm like, all you'd have to have is a television. I mean, I can't imagine. There had to be maybe the Jetsons. There had to be a couple of things I saw as a little kid where it was back and forth two-way TV communication, even though that didn't really exist yet.
Yeah, but it does now.
Well, it definitely does now, right? But you know what I mean? Like back then, even when I was a little kid, I was like, why couldn't the teacher be sitting in front of a thing and we all have a screen? And we knew there was like Atari, like we knew we could push a button and this teacher could see it on the other end, like that was possible. So I didn't even need an internet to know that we could have done this by just sitting at a desk at home and have to be there for 2 hours or something and then come back in an hour and have to be there for another 2 hours kind of bullshit. I already could see that coming. So I'm thinking of this as, and again, I have no idea, but this seems to me like a potential for that to happen, right? Like sometimes innovation is when nobody asked for it or nobody anticipated it. It kind of happens. And something like this, a bunch of parents have to get involved and a bunch of parents go, what the fuck are you learning? Or like a bunch of parents go, holy crap, I never knew it this way. I don't think we've talked. I used to hate the new math, just like everybody else. You're supposed to hate the new math and everything. Until I watched a couple of YouTube videos on the new math, and I am all about how do you count to 10? You do the new math or you do the old math?
I do have kids skip count and whatnot and try to find if you're adding 2 double-digit numbers together, add the 10s, add the 1s, and then add that together because you can do that in your head.
But I think it all starts from how you count to 10. So that's my question: is how do you count to 10?
How do I teach how to count to 10?
Well, either way. I mean, you answer it the way you want because I'm answering both questions, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's all about knowing the base 10 system. So
Well, I'm not
we
trying to
give them a bunch of stuff that we never had as kids. We didn't have little counters and like blocks that you can give them that are already made for that situation.
Right. Well, you're already going beyond, and that's the stuff where I think most people, at least I've ever been experienced with new math, is when they try to show you the new ways of doing stuff, and I'm like, no, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like this is different. I don't get it. So I watched a YouTube video that was just some guy, and he was doing stuff, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, uh-oh, I'm getting told about the new math. But I was like, holy shit, the new math is way better. Here's how. I wasn't trying to give you a trick question, but here's how it worked for me. The guy counts to 10. Like this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's how you count to 10 in real. Like in real life, if you start counting to 10, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you are now a fucking human being with a mind and you're not a fucking dumbass robot. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is bullshit. And it actually is super limiting. So just that little difference, all that new math stuff is like, oh yeah, it's obvious because math is music. Anybody who thinks math is one-sided, like what's something shitty and one-sided? Like if you try to read a poem in school, at least for me, and then they would say, what's this poem mean? And I'd be like, I don't know, it means like puppies are awesome and you suck. They'd be like, oh no, here's what the poem meant. Whatever. But in math, you can like, how do you get 10 divided by 2? Like, let's start figuring out ways. Let's divide it by 5 and then add them. Like let's do it a whole bunch of different ways. It's like music. As long as you get a melody out, who cares if you're using pots and pans or a drum or a flute or something. So, I mean, it's not always back and forth like that. But I as soon as I started understanding what that guy was saying with math, and like, oh man, this makes it much more. It's almost like not magic, but it makes it like much more fun. It gives you like alternatives. It doesn't make it seem so rigid and like you don't understand it, but this is the way you get the answer. So just keep doing this repetitively until it actually sinks in. And even if you don't quite understand, you'll like get it by reflex, which is sort of like memorizing the times tables, right? Whenever, at least for me,
controversy there in education is times tables. Like a lot of people don't like. You have to know the numbers behind the math, and they say don't teach kids times tables, but I'm still an advocate of about fluency. If you can do that quickly, then you're not wasting your brain space to figure out what 8 times 8 is.
No, exactly. And I'm not going to say that we can come up with a solution to that, but I think that's like an example that like you either like learning the times tables and appreciate it, or you think it's a hindrance somehow and that you should be more fluent than wasting your time or being so resigned. Anyway, so that's how I kind of felt like some math was. Like I don't need to know what's behind this, or no one taught me what's behind this good. So I just memorized. I just brute force memorized this piece, but I didn't really get it. But I enjoy getting it better because then it all fits together and I feel like I really know it and like I can apply it to something later as opposed to just regurgitate it when I'm ordered to, like Pavlov.
Right. Well, like a good example of this is to getting away from math is the phonics rules. So the word boy being B-O-Y. The reason it's O-Y is because it's the end of the word. But in the word boil, it's O-I because it's in the middle of the word. Mm-hmm. Teach the rule, not the words. Remember when we were kids, we would just get a bunch of words.
Memorize this word. Memorize this word. Instead, teach
no reason why that word is set up like that.
No, I never, and I didn't have teachers like that. I had teachers that were more like memorize it, and I'm dyslexic, so I'd memorize stuff backwards all the time, and then I'd get in trouble and like being told I wasn't doing it right or whatever. Like that was frustrating. It was like,
so I'll teach the rule, and then I'll teach 2 or 3 of those rules, and then I'm going to hit you with every kind of combination of OA sound words that I can possibly figure out whether you know the 2 rules or not. You can apply the rule rather than if I could teach you the rule, you can apply that to hundreds of words rather than just no one is this.
And that's got to be better for second language too, because you just come at somebody with like, oh, you got a system in your language, but in our language it's chaos. So just start brute force memorizing a bunch of stuff. That would be horrible.
Well, I tell kids all the time that English language doesn't really have rules. We have most of the times. Because we have the regular verbs like it's ed if it's past tense, except for like words like go. Oh, and then it's all of a sudden went. Why can't it go? I don't know. We just decided it wasn't. But I do think this is an opportunity for America to figure out how we can infuse technology in school. What if kids only had to go to school for half the day and they went home and did the rest of it on the computer?
Yeah, seriously. Or like their parents were involved or something, instead of making the parents not involved, like get them involved so that the teachers, you're always complaining there's not enough teachers. What if the parents get credit or something for, or somehow get something, or, there's an incentive for the parents being involved? Maybe it's just the seeing their children and understand and have the experience of being home with their kids. Maybe parents will want to be more involved. Maybe it won't even be a mandatory thing. They'll just figure out like, hey, bring your homework home like we did during the virus. Let's do your
Well,
homework like we did during
a lot
the
of
virus.
people working from home now. Isn't corporate America going to realize that they don't need to spend the money on the big offices when a quarter of their workforce could just stay at home?
Yeah, seriously.
And then those parents could homeschool their kids because they're home, right?
Yeah.
And
What happens when you have home?
and you'd still have a Mr. Woods in your life, but I'd be somebody that was, maybe you have to come to school once a week, because at some point there's going to be paper involved.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we're trying not to solve it or whatever, but yeah, exactly. Like have some sort of like the school can still exist for things like assemblies and things, or maybe you go for like 2 weeks at a time. You say like, or whatever, like 2
We
weeks.
still want the socialization piece where kids come together and hang out with other kids.
Or maybe it turned anyway. Yeah, so there's lots and lots of potential. I think I agree that yeah, and it's unlike anything that's ever happened before. It's not like a war where there's serious dread, right? It's concern and it's fear, but it's we have an internet, so it's not like we're sitting at home isolated from each other and we're all going to wake up and out of hibernation in 2 weeks. It's a continuing conversation that's happening like ours is right now.
The whole is going to be saved by the millennials. Because old folks like me, I'm good with computer. I'm not like yourself. Me and technology haven't gotten along most of my life. Guess who's going to teach me how to teach online? Much of my kid friends that are under 25, that are the new teachers that know how to do all this, Zoom and StreamYard and shit like that. They know how to do all that really well. They're going to teach me how to access those kids so the kids can keep learning throughout this, this thing. But I also, my skill set goes up, and I'm going to be taught by the young kids that have known nothing but technology.
And the kids that might not be attracted to this stuff or flock to this stuff or only come to this stuff when it's a video game or something pointless, then they're going to get some unintended awareness or what's the word, like experience with this stuff. But
yes,
again, it's a time where the parents are at home, and then it's like they're stressed or whatever, but it's not as stressed as a war would be. It's not as stressed as I don't know, I'm trying to think of like other things that we've never experienced anything like this before, but it's not in a way that would be so distracting that they wouldn't, in working with their kids on a project would be like a pleasant distraction from the stress. And that itself would be appealing, right? Like just the idea that, oh, I can work with the kids instead of dealing with this stress. Like, and this will also be helping the kids and getting the kids' minds off of this shit. Like it's win, 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 right?
Right. I think I'm looking forward to the kids that I have are super excited to get that started up on Monday. Mostly when I talk to the one parent that I talk to all the time, these kids are bouncing off the walls. They can't go out and do anything. Like they can only play so many video games, and now they're bored with it. Now they're actually looking forward to, like, let's do some math, reading, and writing. They're like, yay, Woods is here and he's going to do stuff. It'll at least break it up for him.
I kind of like that. I never thought about that angle either.
I choose to find things half full.
Well, they are, because there's only we wouldn't be here if every default answer was, okay, we're done, it's over.
Right. But I'm with you on when we get through all this, there's some repercussions for people that should have had a better response to this. But it's also a really good opportunity for us to get over our bullshit and quit fighting amongst ourselves and figure out what we do agree on. Like I thought one that was super funny. Hey, all the roads that we need to resurface, why don't we resurface them since everybody's at home?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean, in other words, like go out and do it now where they're not going to be like in the way of traffic?
Right, because like I-5, you're going to be involved in traffic, but there's nobody on I-5, so isn't this a good time to get all that fixed up?
Yeah, potentially. Now we got John out there, and he was posting some stuff from Instagram, kind of along the same lines. And I've been saying this is like the time to go get your B-roll footage of like the empty streets, right? He was showing a Instagram video this morning from somewhere down in New York, and seeing New York with empty streets. That's probably always CGI'd. I don't think there's ever empty streets in New York, snow or some kind of blackout situation. Even in a blackout, people are going to go outside, right? So it's certainly a time to go get some B footage or whatever, some B-roll. But as far as a unifying, again, like adversary or whatever, that's there's some power there, right? Like that's some potential. Like we should be able to capitalize. I mean, I think not like as one capitalization, like one way to capitalize on it, but I think in so many different millions of ways, really, like people will be able to capitalize on this like unification and shared, I don't know what to call it, stress, shared concern, shared fear. I mean, whatever. I don't want people to exploit it. I mean, that will be happening too. And I guess that's good because, there's kids have to learn stuff. And we're talking kind of kids here. Kids have to learn stuff. And without like a Hitler or a horrible person out there that everyone can just hate, this gives us an enemy that doesn't have to be an individual. And it can be used as an example, see how people are acting, see how people acted with stress. And this was, fairly, like I said, I think it's a pretty decent, at this point, it's a pretty decent example. As long as it doesn't get horrible. If it gets horrible, obviously it's a different set of rules, but if it does disappear, which I believe it will be, we'll be able to use this as, what do they call it? Like
an act of solidarity.
Well, I mean, that is the act of solidarity is an example to be used as a teaching moment. I think is what I was trying to say. Like, in the future for kids, like, hey, remember during this thing? Remember during the thing? Because we don't have kids that we can't say, hey, remember during the D-Day? We can't say, hey, remember during the Vietnam War? Like, these kids don't remember nothing. They don't remember. We can't say, remember Y2K? I can't even say that to people I have chats with because half of them were 7 years old during Y2K.
Right.
Like, hey, remember the Cold War? No, I don't even, they can't, there's no way that they can ever, I mean, think about
remember when the Russians were going to come for us any minute?
When we're talking to people who don't remember Y2K, how could they possibly understand what a Cold War is? Like, how could they possibly understand the same way that you could walk up to a French, you could walk up to a Spanish, you could walk up to a Korean, and we all have the same opinion of a communist. You know what I mean? Like, you could walk up to anybody in this whole world and they'd understand what a fascist fucking was because I didn't live with fascists. I don't think there's ever been a fascist while I've been alive, but I certainly know what they are. I don't think kids today understand what they are. They kind of emulate them. Like, look at the Shavara shirts and shit. Like, kids are dumb now. Like, they pretty soon, 10 decades from now, kids will have fucking Hitler shirts on, right?
Yeah, let's hope not.
Well, I'm just trying to pick an extreme example of forgetting history. Yeah, it was creepy to see it quiet on a Friday like that. I definitely say go get some footage. Just stand there and slowly pan, go from the street up. You'll be able to sell that on. There's sites out there that you can sell footage on. Unfortunately, there's probably other people out there that already sell stuff on those sites that are out there getting footage. But you can at least throw your hat in the ring. There can't be that many people out there filming because the streets are empty.
That's true.
The highways, I really wanted to go traveling. If I had the facilities right now, I mean, you could hate me if you want, but I'd be traveling. My parents are old, but I'm not going to go hang out with them, right? Like, they're leaving them alone. That's only people at risk I know. So I would definitely to be out on the roads. I traveled after Y2 or after 9/11, and it was an experience I cherish. So I definitely would rather be out on the road right now, experiencing the country, but seeing those empty highways and seeing some things, but I can't, but definitely be interesting. So I would, definitely be curious to see from truckers that are out there doing the work right now, necessary work, see some gas cam
We always
footage.
talk about heroes. Those are the heroes right now.
Well, I like that too. You know, I have nothing against police or fire department or hospital people, right? I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with those people. It's a great line of work. But hospital people go into that line of work because they want to help people or they want to make a shit ton of money, period, right? They want to help people or they want to make a shit ton of money. If you went into that field because you want to make a shit ton of money and you're upset because you got to help people, you went into that line, then you're making a bunch of money so you can help people. Like, I don't have any pity for you. If you went into that line of work because you want to help people, good on you. Everybody appreciates you and you're appreciated. I hear that. But you went into that line of work knowing you were going to get that. So I'm giving you that with a grain of salt. Cops and fire department, same thing, right? If you volunteer to serve your country, I got a whole different level. You don't get to fall back on that. You signed up for that shit, right? Like, yes, thank you for your service, of course, but fuck you. You signed up for that shit. Like, you're not above everybody else. Now, somebody who's truck driving, to some level, fuck you. You signed up for that job. Do your damn job. But on the other level, you ain't got to show up to work. There's no obligation. You didn't sign your life over to the government. You know, you don't have to, and you certainly didn't sign up to help other people. You just wanted some money. So yeah, the people that are still out there doing it, the people that are stocking shelves, they certainly didn't sign up to go help the world or to make a shit ton of money, and they're saving the world and not getting a shit ton of money. So yeah, I think that as far as like things that we're going to be able to learn from this, and I'm being crude about it, and I don't care, nobody's watching the show anyway, but as far as like when we're always telling cops and fire department and hospital people that they're heroes, I'm not going to shit on that too much, but at the same time, this is the true heroes. The post office people, the people that are running the internets, there's people out climbing up poles right now in the fucking cold, keeping a fucking wire connected so that all the shit ton of us can connect to each other. So we can talk to our parents and our kids, and you can talk to your kids at school. Those are the fucking heroes, man. Those are people that don't get paid shit. Well, some of the people that climb up on poles get paid a lot, so fuck them. They get paid. And then whatever, they know that they're always working in blizzards. But at the same time, you know, those are the people. And I think that's this is going to be an opportunity, is to expand the definition of hero to be stock people.
Yeah.
And delivery people. Like, who would have thought that the people delivering for Uber, because usually Uber people are looked down on for being the scourge of society, just trying to, you know, ruin the economy of the taxis and basically making it so that kids don't have any responsibility to get their own driver's licenses anymore. So normally people don't have much respect for Uber drivers. But now they're out there, you know, delivering food to old people and to orphans and nuns and stuff. So in that respects, they're holding their own weight. And again, they didn't certainly sign up to be no hero. Uber drivers don't, you know, deliver babies like taxi drivers do. So yeah, it's giving Uber drivers a chance to redeem themselves. And all the people that are delivering for Amazon and stuff, that's pretty cool. Plus, the more wear and tear on them Amazon vans, the closer it becomes to me getting a used Amazon van.
Did you see DM's comment down here? He had two older ladies thank him for while he was stocking shelves last night.
Right on. I thanked the lady the last time I was at a store. Thanks for being here. And she just about like did a double take. Like, oh, shit. I don't think anybody had said anything to her. And I felt like super good. Yeah, that's pretty neat. And I've heard a lot of the stores are doing like an hour open, like the first hour is for old people. That's pretty freaking cool. So
Yeah,
they get in there while everything's still clean from overnight and they got the fresh stuff. And
right.
Somebody had posted something, and I talked to Yankee about it yesterday, but they had posted something about WIC, which I guess is just for younger people and babies. But for like old people on food stamps and shit, the idea is that I guess there's a thing on the tag. I never pay attention because I don't know.
Yeah, if it's a WIC product, don't buy that. Buy the other one.
Yeah, buy whatever's next to it. And yeah, if you got a couple of bucks, then yeah, buy the fancy green version instead of the gray generic version or whatever, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that until somebody showed me.
Speaking of generics, maybe you'll get this. There's this commercial going around right now, and I don't listen to the radio very often, but I was in the van yesterday or whatever it was, and I was listening to this commercial, and it goes something to the effect, I can't remember it exactly, but it's something to the effect of, you are a individual man. Like, you're not the same as everybody else, right? So since you have your own genetic makeup and you're so individual and shit, you shouldn't take generic medicine. Because, you know, because you're not a generic person. Yeah, and I'm like, well, that's a nice way to conflate the word generic real quick in your commercial and still not even at, just kind of sidestep the whole fact that you did that and then continue to sell people. And guess what the product was, what the medicine was?
Rogaine?
Dick pills. Real close, dick pills. Like,
Oh,
you're not generic. You got your own unique set of junk down there. So you need a special pill. Like, okay, like, so somebody out there thinks that now somebody, and actually it's disinformation, like, into the extreme, right? Because now somebody who doesn't know shit might hear that and go, oh, I didn't know generic meant it was for like every type of like biology. I didn't know that it was, kind of a random pill that might or might not work. And, as opposed to generic meaning not brand name. Like, come on. And no, it wasn't a lawyer. It was a technically, like, was it a doctor? I guess they're not doctors. If they make a pill, they're not necessarily a doctor.
whoever came up with that marketing, they should give them a corner office.
No way. I think they're horrible. It's like the worst example.
Well, marketing firms are not on our side, never have been.
Let's see. I don't go into the city often. It's such a pain going to the city and everything is going on unless a weekend schedule. I think you live in the city. Where's Foss at? You're in New Mexico? People are wearing masks and stuff still out about. As of yesterday, I don't think I didn't drive around today, but I did drive around quite a bit yesterday. And, like the restaurant parking lots are empty. But if there's a drive-through, they're stacked up. So they're going so fast that they can't keep up. So they're got people in the parking lot waiting, I guess you could say, like their engine running. So the parking lots and drive-throughs are still look like they're full. You can tell there's people there. But like a regular restaurant, those are empty. Stores, like whatever, like a pool place or like a lawyer or something, those parking lots are empty. But if you go past like any store, auto parts, grocery store, even I think clothing stores, like I don't know, just like regular store. What's cold? Cold? No, I don't know. So there's some stores I don't know what they are, but there's parking lots in full of cars. Doctors in the hospital, the I don't know. I don't drive past that hospital enough. It's the hospital where they have babies, so I'm used to seeing it have a lot of people in the parking lot. But it might be artificial. Like there might be normally a lot of people there because extra people are looking at a baby, and now those people aren't there. But other people, you know what I mean? So the parking lot seemed about the same, but I don't know if that could be something I'm not familiar with. But and then the streets were. I couldn't tell except for the parking lots being weird. I couldn't tell any difference in traffic. It seemed like I don't drive enough around during real, what do you call, like, we don't have, what's the word I'm looking for? Commuter traffic or whatever. But, I was driving around at like 5 p.m. yesterday, where normally I would not drive around at 5 p.m. because that would be the worst amount of traffic as possible. It still seemed like a lot of traffic and shit. So there's still people on the roads here in Tucson, at least. Nobody was driving around with masks or anything like that either. And I didn't see anybody with masks walking around. I have seen people at stores wearing gloves. They're all wearing like, the rubber gloves that come out of like a box of 50 type of thing.
Right.
So, and that's, I don't know. I mean, I think that's more of like a courtesy thing so that people who are freaked out see that the store is trying to do something more than anybody really thinking that that's doing much. So let's, I don't know if we want to keep talking about this. I've got another about 10 minutes, I think. Let me go double check before the video premieres here, and then we'll watch that. 12 minutes. But dang it, where was I going to go? I was just going to say, we could go to what they're not doing well. And I think one of the things that I'd like to see is, as far as leadership, and I don't like to consider politicians leaders, but you have to consider, sheriffs and whoever would be in charge of like emergency services. They need to stand up and do stuff, right? So I think it would be neat to see something in place. I mean, I don't know what the thing is because otherwise I would have figured it out or whatever. But I think there could be, like you're saying with what would it be, it would be nice if, Like, what if they would have strategized? What would, okay, we had to war game a bunch of different scenarios. How many scenarios would, result in Americans having to stay home? There's more than one scenario. Let's say there was only one scenario, but if they would have war gamed, they would have eventually war gamed to a scenario where a bunch of people have to stay home like this, and it's not necessarily war or something where we're super scared. Like, what could you do with this? What's the potential there? Like, what could we have done? And that's what I would have liked to see, like, oh, we were already planned for this. Like, we didn't expect this, but we expected something like it. Here's some suggestions, or here's some things to roll out.
Right.
So
what about triage centers? Like, already had it planned out where you could drive up in your car and get your temperature and be checked out a little bit, so we could, because if you didn't have the fever, you don't have it, right? I could be wrong on that, but so they could identify who has it and who didn't.
Wait, what did you say? If you
don't have a fever, you probably don't have it.
Well, if you already had it, you wouldn't have a fever. Or are you saying it's too early that no one could have already had it?
Yeah, too early, like real early on, kind of like what South Korea did.
You just mean like in a perfect scenario at the beginning.
Shit ton of people really fast.
Yeah. And that's, that I watched something about Bill Gates. Like, YouTube is trying to manipulate everybody. So they shoved a video up with Bill Gates from 2015. Have you seen that one?
I think so.
You might have just seen it back in the day. It's basically a TED Talks with Bill Gates, one of the richest dudes, if not the richest dude, right? And right. He's saying, because he's trying to get rid of smallpox, or he did get rid of smallpox, I don't know. But, he's attempting to work on bigger issues than operating systems. And so in 2015, he was already aware that a massive pandemic could, right? But, okay, so a meteor could hit the ground or, hit the earth. It's not like you're have amazing insight. You're just speculating or pondering that something horrible could happen, and it could be this flavor of thing, right? But he certainly didn't say in 2020 this will happen. He just said a thing could happen. And sure, you can look back at 2015 and go, oh snap, this guy said it, we should have acted, and we didn't. So now we're the bad for it. But again, you got to take that into consideration, that how many other things did he say we have to be aware of, and then how many other people said we have to be aware of how many other things, and how many of them do you take seriously, how many can you take seriously. That being said, I'm not giving anybody off the hook. I still say the CDC dropped the ball big time, and who knows what they're dropping the ball on, that they're also not paying attention to. I really think the meteor thing hitting the earth is a big thing. Like, we've had some sort of space, rocks basically fly past, so close to the earth that they were between the earth and the moon. Like, that's kind of scary. So I've listened to, stuff on the internet or whatever that has suggested that we're basically flying through the equivalent of a shotgun blast in space that comes around the sun, like the comets do, a big mass every once in a while. And it comes from flying behind the sun, and we're just sitting here and it goes flying past us. We have like very little warning when it comes by. We know that it's going to happen, but we don't know the trajectory of every single object. So it's kind of a surprise as they come winging past the sun, I guess. At least if that's correct, and that's a thing that that it's a phenomenon that exists. Are we oblivious to that? Are we at fault because we're oblivious to it? If we're aware of something that we can't do anything about, are we at fault for ignoring it? I mean, I don't know. But then you hear that it's as easy as painting the side of a meteor white, so that every time it spins around, the sun pushes it a little bit harder or whatever. Like it adjusts its path to miss us by doing something pretty easy, by shooting it with a bunch of white paintballs or something. So if we start thinking about what we could be doing towards, things, maybe they should just be at least putting an actual number on some of these potentials. Like, sure, right. There's potentials, but this one's not valid.
We've had solar flares through, what was the one that we speculate and then took out a whole bunch of telephone lines back in the day. We didn't have electronics,
but they literally fried the wires, laying in just wires in the air. Like, those were telegraph wires or something. Right. But yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
Let's put all the wires underground.
Yeah, that's a good point. And even if something like that happened, are they prepared for what the consequences or aftermath or whatever of that would be? And that's where, like I say, we think we've got a lot of potential here. And all these people being off work and losing jobs is bad, but losing jobs because of a meteor hitting the earth means that there's no more trees and there's no more growing seasons, and potentially there's a giant hole where you used to live. Like, there's all kinds of horrible shit there. If you lose your job because of a war, it's not quite the same consequences, but it's pretty close. I mean, there's still going to be a growing season, but there might not be anybody alive or willing or able. The earth might be radiated or just destroyed where you might not be able to farm for a while, but you still got an earth left. So that's not quite as bad. You've got something like a bad storm or a hurricanes, or, we keep using vehicles and we create more global warming and, we ruin everything. There's those kind of consequences, but let's see, then there's one other I was going to bring up, but basically we get to this one, and what do we got? We've got our self-influence or self-inflicted, I guess, or we decided to all stay home for 2 weeks. When we come out of that, there's no buildings destroyed. There might be some infrastructure that's all screwed up. There might be some confusion and some disarray. You know what I mean? Like, there's no buildings that fell over. There's no enemy that's coming to loot us. There's like the result is that we've got, like you just said, the potential of just a million different businesses happening. Like, we're talking publicly because I've got a public soapbox, and I figure it would be unscrupulous of me to just sit here quietly and let everybody else go fuck themselves when, I've got 160,000 people. I can put a video up and offer some sort of relief or some sort of window into what other people are doing out there, right? So you've got other people that don't have that self-imposed obligation, that just want to get online and talk to each other. Who knows how fucking creative and optimistic and insightful they're going to be. What the hell kind of awesome ass shit is going to come out of this whole thing. So you might have lost your job because of this scare or whatever, but assuming we don't lose the planet or all humanity as a result of all this panic, then as we come out the other side, who knows what kind of awesome ass shit's going to come out, right? Like, we're a country of entrepreneurial free thinkers who have the technology of 3D mills, 3D printers, 3D AutoCAD, and fucking virtual conversations. I can't even imagine what's going to happen in 2 weeks of us just taking some time off.
Yeah, and a lot of us are go-getters. Like, how many people that just can't sit around? They just can't. Like,
yeah, everybody. I don't know anybody.
And chill, and other people are going to sit down and figure out that thing they always wanted to work on, their little invention that they've been working on for 10 years. I have faith in America to be amazing when we're all done.
Yeah, and the rest of the world, honestly. I mean, we've got a bigger and bigger community, a smaller and smaller planet, right? And this is the common foe. This is like the aliens coming down and pissing off Paris or something. We all remember we're Earthlings. Like, yeah, we got a lot to share and learn, and I think it's neat. Oh, you're in Washington? I thought for some reason you were in.
No, he's right by me.
All the icons look the same to me.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm 2 minutes out for my premiere, so we'll be doing the premiere here in a second. I got 6 people showing up here and Kingpin over there. I guess I could put a link to this chat over there. So I'll talk about this. I'll be repeating it here in a second. But so I wrote the almanac last year, my many year project of archiving Second Amendment events and holidays, anniversaries, birthdays, things like that, laws, things that we don't want to forget, situations that happened. And I've had these calendars in multiple places online. I've been posting things on YouTube and on Instagram and things like that. And well, now we see a lot. Like, we haven't lost infrastructure. And again, this is panic and this is fear, but we have all this with infrastructure. Let's not let the infrastructure that lets us all communicate also panic us. But anyway, this infrastructure is neat. If it was gone, when it falls and when it fails, not like inevitably, but at the times that it does happen to not be available for periods, then it's handy to have things in writing, right? So decided to attempt to accumulate all the information, all the events and calendars and things into an almanac. So it's based off of Farmer's Almanac. And if you've ever read one of them, they're just packed full, at least the ones I used to look at, were just packed full of all kinds of little useful stuff. And I suspect it was because back in the olden days, you didn't have a lot of books. And one of the books you bought was the Farmer's Almanac, especially if you're depending on your own hands to create food for the family. And you'd use that to know when the seasons were and when to plant. And just for some wise info, like, you know, if it ring around the moon, rain before noon, that kind of stuff. And so the almanac was just a ton of info so that you could sit around reading it on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon for the 17th time and still maybe find something interesting in it. And I kind of built it with that in mind. I won't get into too much of the details because I'm about to say it all here in the video, but because we could never actually print it, one of the reasons we went live today is to introduce this first printing of the first edition. And then if all things go well, I'll go over to my printer over there and we'll start printing the second copy live.
Sounds great, G.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Voss. And we will eventually, it'll start with that horrible, screechy, gross intro that they put on these things when they premiere. I don't know. That just shows you how horrible of people YouTube are underneath of it all. Should say it's premiering, but we'll see. Maybe because of the crisis. I don't know. We're still getting it. Have you seen this commercial? This is first.
Yeah. That seems like a cool thing.
You've read it before? I haven't watched the commercial, but I've seen this enough that I know what they're doing. It's some dentist, right, who figured out that this dental glue is so good.
Yeah.
And he started selling it. Yeah, I really want it. It's not like this guy invented it or nothing. Obviously, all he did is buy it from his dental supply store and repackage it. So a million other people have done that. You can get this kind of glue. I'll watch a couple of different like projects here and there, and somebody will whip out that glue and cure it with the UV. I'm like, dang, I need to have a tube of that glue. I don't know what I need it for, but I want to be able to have some of that glue to play with. I've never had any.
Guess where my kid works?
What?
At a dental supply place.
Where?
At a dental supply place. They sell this glue.
Oh, really? Is it super expensive?
Kinda.
Yeah, okay. That's why I figure I never had it.
And it's really more about it has to be a certain UV.
Well, yeah, you get that pen with it, though. Like you buy a tube of it, you buy the pen from the same place or the light from the same place. Oh, Kingpin, it does not work. He bought some before. I've only ever seen people do little dinky shit like fix a cup or stick an arm back on a Star Wars figure or something, like nothing real. But that guy makes it seem like he figured out, like, oh, I was just minding my business being a dentist, and I figured out that you could use this glue for other stuff besides teeth. I started selling it. You're welcome. But it's a YouTube commercial. They got to act like that.
Well, and then you mean a capitalist might not be all the way truthful when they're selling the product?
We're about to talk about somebody selling a product that's 100% truthful. So let's you got this is what you didn't have to listen to.
No, none of that.
The dumbest looking and horrible sounding intro ever. They only do it so that the video sounds good after that. Oh, that's right.
The next step in the 2A hit project is the Shooters Almanac. And we attempted the Shooters Almanac first edition last year in October after the Gun Rights Policy Conference. We did a 3-week crowdfunding campaign and attempted to get the Almanac published in enough quantity to get the unit price down so that we could offer it at retail at $7.62. So we could offer it to gun shops and people who sell at gun shows for much less than that $7.62, so that we could make a couple of bucks and then they could make a couple of bucks. So we could get it to people at a price that's reasonable and it's a cool price point, right? So that didn't work out. We did the 3-week project and the 2A rally up in Washington, D.C. Kind of happened out of nowhere, and it wasn't really appropriate to split attention on that. So we let the project, the Shooters Almanac project, fall to the wayside. And end of the year happened, SHOT Show. The original plan was we had about 80% of the almanac, 90% of the almanac done. The last few pages had yet to be actually finished. The goal was to go live with the crowdfunding campaign and then finish those last couple of pages with the people who had participated in the campaign, go live and let them help create the last couple of pages of the almanac. Didn't work out that way, so towards the end of the year when the project didn't finish through, the almanac wasn't even finished. So I spent some time, snuck some hours away here and there to finish the last couple of pages of the almanac, and then started to look around at publishing. And it's not cheap. So I really don't think at this point it's worth doing anything like a crowdfunding project or asking for investors or anything to try to publish it, because everything's changing. Obviously, the world's going crazy right now. Events are being canceled. We're already well into the first quarter, about to hit the second quarter of the year. So some of the events in the annual event list have already happened. A big chunk of them here in the second quarter, of course, are going to shift. We don't know when those are even shifting to yet. And some of the rallies that we have towards the back of the book have already happened. But then again, some of these towards the middle are going to shift, and we're not sure when. So we know we're going to need a second edition towards maybe middle of the year or something, but can't have a second edition without a first edition. So that was kind of a dilemma. I didn't really think it's worth publishing these things in mass because they're not accurate and we're already into the year, but I didn't want to give up on the project. I really like the project. I think the idea of getting Second Amendment into people's hands in a different way is valid, and I'd like to effort at that still. So I did something about it. And since it was finished, I went out to the store and bought an inexpensive printer. It's less than $50, and grabbed some paper that I've hoarded from somewhere. So it was inexpensive paper. And then for the cover, I used this National Geographic Adventure paper, which is basically a fancy version of Write in the Rain, waterproof paper. So it's paper, but it's almost like fabric. It's much stronger than paper for sure. And I think it's waterproof, so it's a little more tear resistant. It's got a little bit more feel to it, but it's not any thicker than paper really. So I put that as for the cover. We got 68 pages here. Got the table of contents and the annual events. We got the timeline of all 2A history, and the majority of the book is each page is a week. It goes through each of the weeks of the year. At the bottom of each page on the left, you've got places to go, a lot of museums and machine gun shoots and that kind of thing. On the right, you've got Second Amendment organizations. And then once you get towards the end of the weekly sections, you get a list of all the podcast shows that happen each week, a graphic version of Second Amendment history and all the organizations that created as response to the various prohibitions and infringements and laws that get passed. We've got the boots on the ground Second Amendment activists. We've got bloggers, researchers, radio show hosts, podcasters, and then of course we dig into rallies and the anniversaries of each of the states that passed, that repealed infringements on hunting and suppressors. We end the whole thing out with the list of the biggest gun shows in the year. Again, some of these are going to change because they've been moved or canceled. And that's the Shooters Almanac. So if you'd like to check it out, I basically have a couple of these handcrafted, vintage, artisan, commemorative, deluxe, limited edition sets that we're hobbling out of paper with tools here in Tucson. So 100% made in the AZ, and we're going to put this up on eBay so we can get some bidding on it, and we're going to try to raise some funds. Now, if we can raise enough funds, we'll we'll get some of these published. It would be great to get them published at a price point so that we can sell them to stores so that they can make some money, so that they have a reason to want to sell these, and that people can get them for $7.62. So if we can get these printed for $1 or $2, and we can get them to shops for $3 or $4, and they can sell them for $7, hopefully everybody wins. So I know we're not going to sell that, or we're not going to make that much on one, but I'll make as many as I can with the ink that's in here. And then we'll see how many I can make with the ink cartridge. Based on how much the ink cartridges cost, we'll see if it's worth doing it, how much these things, how much people bid on them. So if you're interested in the first handcrafted Shooters Almanac, it'll be over on eBay. And I'll continue to hobble some of these things out of dead trees, chemical colors, robot technology, until I run out of the ink, and then that'll be the first edition run of the Shooter's Almanac. So let us know in the comments what you think. Join us on the Daily Gun Show. We talk about this kind of stuff and more each weeknight at midnight. And until then, thanks for watching.
That's pretty neat.
So, yeah, thanks. So with that, we can go over to get rid of the Beretta over here. Nobody likes Berettas anyway. And then go to that computer. Then need to get rid of this. Right, yes. And then open up a different software and send that file over to my this new laptop doesn't even have a cord. This new laptop doesn't even have a cord. It's all the Wi-Fi. It's all Wi-Fi. So I need to open up the software.
Robots talking amongst themselves. I don't know.
Not even with cords, talking to each other like
Sounds bad.
through the fucking air. Yeah, I had to battle a robot to go buy this robot. So I have a robot to print for me because I didn't feel like doing this all with a paintbrush or a ballpoint pen. I bought a robot to do it, and I had to battle a robot at the store.
Was that the one in the video?
Yeah. Nowadays, what they'll do is, you know how a mop is too much. Like you can't mop a whole Walmart with a mop anymore. So they made this little scooter with a bunch of mops underneath of it. And you just scoot around on this lawnmower that's got mops under it instead of lawnmower blades. But then it costs too much money to have a human drive around that thing. Plus, humans have like morals and ethics about knocking over a customer, killing a customer or something, letting a baby fall underneath of that thing. So if you put a robot in charge, there's no problem, right? And it's beautiful because let's say a little baby's crawling around. A lot of times moms will let babies crawl around because they're not paying attention. They're buying shoes or jewelry or whatever they buy at Walmart. And then this baby gets in front of the mopping machine and the mopping machine kills the baby, smushes the baby all up into the mop. What happens? It gets cleaned up right away immediately. Like nobody even knows it happens. It's horrible. We don't even know. There's no way to even know how many babies get eaten by these machines. I can only assume it's hundreds of thousands, easily as many as get killed by guns. Hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of millions of people. All right, trying to talk and type at the same time. It's not working. I am going to attempt to print booklet. I think that's how I do it. And then I'm going to preview it real quick. Okay, and then I'm going to print. First, I'm going to turn off this printer to make sure it doesn't go to my black and white printer. Yeah, I'm rolling with 2 printers nowadays. I got my black and white printer that I broke and my new color printer.
Color printer too?
Yeah, it turns out a color printer costs $44 and the color.
140.
No, the inks cost $30, but you can buy $30 inks and you can buy $17 inks. I'm not going to buy $17 inks because it's 17 times 2 is 34. $30. These inks are twice as big. Obviously, I'm buying $30 inks. You can buy a $16 set of syringes to stick in there that supposedly give you 3 more 30s. So $90 worth of retail ink for 16. If that's true, I'm keeping the color printer and I'll keep making these things. Oh, I was like, what the fuck was that noise? It's my printer going to life over there. Oh, I got to go to that machine now. So I'm going to mute this one. and shut this off, and I'm going to try going remote.
There it goes. It's printing.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. It just printed the page.
Yeah, so that freaked me out because I didn't think I had paper in there. So now I got to figure out my routine. So it prints one page, and this is basically the middle. So now I need to take this one, do this, and do this. Once I get it down, I've got it for maybe 6, and then I'll totally forget it, and I'll have the chance of totally ruining it.
You'll have the one weird one.
Where did I put the first one?
Back in the other room, right?
Nah, the first one I have wrapped up because I didn't want it to get ruined, so I have it like in a package already. But this is my only other copy that I made out of color. But this is when the back pages didn't really exist yet. It was just a mess. So the problem is it starts in the middle. So you print this side, and when I printed this, it was on somebody else's printer, and their printer prints a page and then sucks it in and prints it the other side of the page. I don't have to worry about it. This printer it's only $40, so it only prints one side. So what I got to do is make sure that when it goes to print the other side, I don't flip it over, because then it'd be this way, and then this would have the page upside down, and it would be this page upside down over here, if that makes sense.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So my main trick is that I print one side, and then I match it with a piece of paper. Don't flip it or nothing. Drop it so that it prints the other side orientated correctly, and then let it continue. So basically, I leave the printer out of paper, and I only give it the page that it's printing and one other. So now I take my first page that it printed, and it did print correctly, like the orientation is correct. So now I've got page 33, 34, 35, and 36. So now I'll just set that thing here. And then the second page that I printed, which is the second piece of paper I put in the machine, just printed the next set of pages. I take a blank page. And this thing prints pretty fast for a $44 printer. It is a HUPA. So if anybody wants to, if I ever get sponsored by HUPA, they're endorsing their $40 printers. So now I take this, put this, and this will take like a half an hour. It'll take a while. Even with this print speed, it'll take some time. Now I think I could have gone to a 79. I think it's a $79 printer. We'll print, suck it back in, and print the other side. And then I could have printed it and walked away. So I probably should have done that, but I'm trying to do it on the cheap.
It seems like you need a robot to do the flipping for you.
Well, I also figured I would try doing it live like this. Oh, I see. It's not letting me run the show from here. I'm going to have to go back periodically and check the computer in case anybody else jumps in or whatever.
Right. I'm going to have to jump out in a minute because I'm going to have a phone call from my boss here.
No worries. Thanks. But that's what I kind of figured, is I would go live like this, and it would give us a chance to experience the publishing of the first editions. So this will be the second one, and it won't go on eBay. I think I'll put, I don't know, help me decide if I should put them on eBay or not.
Yes.
But I put the first one on eBay for $45.70, so that'll pay for the printer. Now I'm good. Second one will pay for some ink, and then I'm off and rolling. I'm in the business of printing, and that'll give me the chance to keep printing this one in limited quantities, and then my next, I got more stuff I'm going to be printing.
Hey, I'm just enjoying finding out how to do this because I print things for students the wrong way all the time.
Yeah, and this is something that I think I would rather have spent the $79 and not have to worry about all this like weird, like paper calisthenics or whatever the fuck I'm doing.
Right, because I have to make these leveled books for some kids that, like, if their reading level is significantly less than the other kid, it's the same story, just with words they can read.
There's actually something that I use. Well, I don't use it, but can be used for talking to typing. So I'll make sure I don't screw up this thing, especially once you're like 5 pages in, then you're like, I would have wasted all this time. So I'm always at risk now of wasting all my time if I screw up one page, right? I don't definitely don't. I know how to run the whole thing. I don't know how to tell it to fix one, whatever it would be, like one group of pages. Like, for example, this one is page 42, 27, 28, 31. So I don't know how to tell the thing for just that, a piece of paper, you know what I mean? And go back. So as long as I'm like in the flow, it's not a problem. Trying to get in the middle of it all, that requires more awareness of what this thing's actually doing. Now, speaking of that, when you do get all finished, now that I've got this kind of flow down, and you can see I'm letting it run out of paper and then let the print job hang until I'm ready to have everything adjusted, and then I let the print job continue. It prints the other side of the piece and then the next blank piece. So I have one printed side of a blank piece, and then I have matched that with a completely blank piece, let it print the second side of that first sheet, it creates the first side of the next sheet, and then I create that cycle forever. Eventually, these things kind of count up and down at the same time, I guess, to...
Right, eventually one will have the most and one will have the least.
Yeah, I did something wrong, I think. Anyway, yeah, well, it started at the middle. So one of them will go to 1 and the other one will go to 68, yeah. I don't know if this is a good idea, doing it...
Well, I'm going to jump out anyway there, G. Good luck. Good luck. I got to make this phone call here.
Yeah, right on. Thanks for jumping in. So I'm going to continue hitting this. The other problem is I didn't run the show from here, so I'm going to go back over to the computer now that it's got a couple of cycles, and we'll see if anybody else is jumping in today. All right, so if I'm just in here by myself, I guess you just have to wait for me to say stuff. I can't see the... Oh, wait, maybe I can. All right, I'm a dumbass. Now I can see the comments. Can I click on them? I can't click on the comments here, but I can see them at least. So let me know if you can hear me okay. And I'm going to continue to print. And again, we're printing now the second copy of the first edition of the 2020 Shooters Almanac. The first Shooters Almanac that's ever existed. And while we were sitting there, this innocent little dog walked by. So I grabbed her to jam her in front of here. So there's Puppy in the video. All right. I should go back up here. That's about as much as I could jam in between the camera and the printer. I totally messed up the pages over here, but it doesn't matter. They should line up. So it's kind of neat. This thing is wireless. So it's connected to the wireless Wi-Fi, and then you can print right off of a phone, which is kind of cool. And I don't need any wires, so I could literally put this thing anywhere. It's kind of neat. I guess I could be doing this while I was sewing. Huh. but it's not in next to my machine right now. I would try to grab her and put a belly rub over here. I could probably lay her down right here and do a belly rub, but that would mess this all up probably. Oh shit, what's over here? Is this some sort of a color thing? Oh yeah, look, it's telling me that I didn't notice before. There's a meter here telling me my color is about to run out, or that it's running out. It's not flashing yet or nothing. And this, there's like two colors for, or two cartridges for these. You can get a regular or the extra large, and the extra large is double. So with the, this came with a regular, of course. So it looks like a regular might only print 2 books. And if that's the case, if it even prints 2 books, then that's not good, because that would be close to $15 in ink. And nobody's going to pay $15 for these things. So the first couple hours of the show, we were drawing a cartoon of a Beretta, and that one's from Autoloader, Gun Channel's member from back in the day. Post a bunch of stuff on the Instagram, and then waited for the live video, or the video, to premiere, where we introduced the first copy, the first edition of the Shooters Almanac that is over there in a bag. That looks a lot like this, though. This was the 14th copy, I think. The only good color one I did. But anyway, it looks kind of like this. And that's on eBay. It went up for auction the other day, and it will end on Monday at like 6 p.m., 7 p.m., depending on where you live. And the idea here is to run out the printer cartridge, making copies of the first edition of the Shooters Almanac. We're quite a few pages into the second. Oh shit, see, that's the problem. Never do that. We're quite a few pages into the second copy. And hopefully it'll print the whole thing. It looks like it'll print the whole thing, and then maybe into the second one, the color will run out. And it'll be interesting on how the color runs out. If it runs out in the middle of a run, that would actually kind of suck. Because like I was telling him, I don't know how to start a run in the middle, or how to adjust or something. Let's figure all that out. Oh, so I was also going to say, I also need to figure out how to get this over. So if you know how to get this over to compensate, I guess, for the fold, that's something that it has to be just a thing that I just don't know. But I'm sure it's one of those settings. It looks like one of the settings in the printer software. So we got quite a bit of stuff going on with the Almanac. Of course, most of it, the majority of it is each page is a week. Each day of the week has whatever significant stuff is going on, either past, present, or future. So we got lots of anniversaries and holidays and stuff. We have a lot of the events that are going on right now. And then, of course, you can go forward and see what's happening in the future, plan things out. Oh, it looks like we're getting into the color stuff. At the bottom of those pages, underneath the weekly part of the calendar, on the left side, there was places to go, things to see, and on the right side is organizations. And now the first couple of pages of the book are, of course, table of contents and stuff like that, some timelines. And then at the end of the book, I've got some 2A history, some insight into whose shoulders we're standing on. And that's what's going to be printing out now. Is a lot more of the color, the cartoons and the logos and the images. Sorry, I've got the Chinese virus. Sorry. I horked most of this paper, so I'm thinking I can also do this in a better paper. There are 68 pages, including the cover. So I think it's 64 actual pages and then like kind of 4 pages of cover. This one has 66, but I think I changed it. I'm gonna have to double check actually. No, I guess there are 66. So here we're up to page 64 here. There's 66, sorry. So it's 68 pages. I don't know. I'll know in a minute when it's done printing. We are 5. Okay, so now I have to pay attention. The last page, I don't print out of regular paper. I'm going to print it out of this adventure paper, which is more adventurous than regular paper and worth twice as much as any adventure. So let's see. This is going to be the 2A timeline. This is going to be the back of that, and then this will be the next page. So this is where we start with the adventure paper, and it's the same size as regular paper. It's just tear proof or less tear. It's more tear resistant, and then it's waterproof. And got 3 more pages to print. We're on the last mark there, but it's not even blinking or anything yet for the color. There. And then we still got 2 notches on the black. Now, I think if you went to Epson, this is a HP, but if I would have gone to an Epson brand, they have 3 different colored wells and a black well. And I think that might be a better way to go for refilling, but I'm not sure. All right, so now it's doing the inside of the cover, basically. And then the last one I'll pass through by itself without a second piece, and that'll be the outside of the cover. And this is definitely the one that uses the most ink out of anything. The back cover basically has a bunch of color on it. Yeah, it's neat. This printer only has a power cord going to it. No other cords. It's completely wireless. You could jam it anywhere. Wireless talk to it and print out of it. It's amazing. It's amazing. I can't even believe it. Think about what people are going to be doing this week as far as moving things along with technology like this. $44 printer at Walmart. And they must have had 6 of these things sitting at my Walmart. All right, there we go. So that's the last page. I guess you haven't been seeing me stack them up over there. And we'll move that out of the way. And it weighs almost nothing. It's just a big empty box. There's also a scanner on the top of it. It's a scanner and printer for $44. All right. So I probably should let these things dry a little bit or set for a little bit. It's quite a few pages by the time you fold it. It's 68. So what is it? It's 68 divided by 4. So it's 16 pieces of paper. Something like that. 14 or 16. So let's just make sure I've got them in the right order here. So I've got page 35. See, I got this one flipped over. So 35, 36, 37, 38. I got this one flipped over. 38, 39, 40. I got this one flipped over. Uh-oh, something's really screwed up. 39, 40. Then this one says 43. So I must have picked something up and just put it down wrong. So 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 3, 44. And then I think I left it alone, so it should be good. 45, 47, 49, 51, 53, 55, 57, 59, 61, 3, 65, and 66, 67, 68. We're done. All right, so it's all in the right order. And then somehow the last time I did one, I folded them, and then I had like a page folded and left by itself. So I don't know how that even happened. So now I'm going to take this thing that I got from Owls and Anchors. So if you buy stuff off of them, you could get one of these sent to you. If they don't already send it to you for free, bug them, and I'll bet you they'll send you one for free. Or maybe they charge you out. I got it for free. I'm going to go 3 pages in, I think, is about the most I'm going to do. And then I haven't figured out a good way to fold paper yet. But this, I could definitely get a robot or some kind of child labor to do this stuff. Do that, and then I do this so that it's sharp. Right, nice and sharp. I'm going to set it over there. I set it over there on these patches. Right here. And I'll grab another 3 or so. Put them over here. So they're easier to grab. There's probably some better way to fold a piece of paper in half good. I just don't know what it is. All right, I'm going to fold these, and then I'm going to go check out the computer and see if anybody else has been jumping in. I did send out some links. See, so now we've got the center all the way out to page 23. Nope, nobody jumped in. So keep going. 22. Grab a couple of 3 more. That worked pretty good. Eventually I'll figure out how to fold a piece of paper in half good and fast. Then you open that up. If I had some sort of like stops here, I could set up some sort of fixture to like smack all these papers into, and then it would line them all up, and then all I'd have to do is do that. Ugh. I definitely need to figure out how to move the printing over a little bit. I think that's a thing. I don't know what to call it, so I haven't been able to look it up on YouTube yet. Probably like, I don't think it's justification. Maybe it's alignment. So I figure this one's important because it's the cover, and this will be the one that stays intact. Dog's following me around and looking at me, so I'm guessing that means she wants to go OUTSIDE. Oh, I did that one pretty good. Dang. Pretty dang good. All right, so that gets me to the book, but I got a couple issues, right? Whenever you fold them, this thing's all goofy. So last time on the first edition, I used this sumbitch. Whenever I go to Pennsylvania and I order pancakes, I had to buy this thing for cutting them because they're so tough. Somehow he keeps them wet in the middle, but the edges are so tough. I needed to buy this thing. Problem is that I couldn't, it's not good enough for this. It jammed the crap out of it. So it came out like, it looks bad. So I'm going to do it this time with a razor. I think a razor will work better. It'll take longer. All right, so now I got them all to where they're like this. And what I'm doing is putting staples in there. So first I acquire a couple of staples by doing this. There's one. The other one ricocheted. So now I'm going to do this. There's the second one. Then there we go. I have this piece of cardboard I use that I can't find now. So I'm going to use this stack of boxes instead. And set these right here. Nice and folded. Folded nice and good. I got this from my aunt. It was the only tool that I got out of my aunt's toolbox that I liked. Something, just a cheap awl, but it's a decent awl. Anyway, I happened to also jam it into a piece of drywall the other day, so I'm going to clean that off of it real quick. I guess I can't. I'm so used to these videos just pausing it. You're not getting paused. You'll have to sit here and entertain yourselves for a minute. Does anybody else notice that now there's like self-imposed quarantines? Now it's like everybody needs to borrow your tools or needs you to do stuff. All of a sudden now their washing machine don't work. Let's see. So I'm going to grab these staples and put it right there maybe. Figure out where I want it. And then I jam it into the paper using gravity and muscle force. And then I do the same thing approximately as far over as the staple is from the first one. All right, so now we got two in there. Then you stick this one in here just to keep it together. And find a place for the next staple to go. This is pretty much the way they make every book, I'm pretty sure. It's just that they do it with child labor, so it can be done cheaper. All right, so now we flip them over. We don't need this stack of boxes anymore. This one should jam right in because it's already been jammed. Maybe it won't. It spoke too soon. Dang it. I'm going to go ahead and jam this one too, just to poke the paper through. Somehow I jammed that all through and didn't break every piece of paper. How did that happen? There we go. All right, now I should be able to poke it in the other way. It's amazing how cheap some books are, considering how long it takes to handcraft each one of them. This is why Amazon doesn't like to fulfill books, because it takes this long to make each book that you buy off of Amazon. Dang it. Now this thing ain't going through. It's coming through the one side. Dang it. That hurt. All right, so now I'm going to bleed all over this book probably. Dang, this usually goes really smooth. I don't know why. I've got a hole here. Why won't the staple go through the existing hole that's already there? All right, that kind of went through. All right, so now I've got the bindings through. And then the last time, somehow, like I say, a page got completely missed. So I don't know how I'm going to check for that this time. I'm going to try shaking the book. Make sure no pages got missed. And then I try to choke up on these a little bit and fold them so that they don't tear the holes and so that they ideally will land next to each other. If you ever folded a staple over, it's possible to get the two little diagonals to fold right into each other. Not quite. That went a lot more into what I wanted. But not quite also. All right, so now we got it bound. All right, just like fancy book you'd buy on Amazon. So now I'm going to try to razor blade this off. Grab me some razor blades. I think I have a metal straight edge somewhere. All right, this isn't really a straight edge, it's a T-square, but seeing as I haven't used it since I was in junior high, I'm going to go ahead and cut on it anyway, even though I would get yelled at by any drafting teacher for using it like this. I actually have used it since I was in junior high. So if you're debating on whether or not to buy your kid a T-square, I highly encourage it. You definitely use it. All right, am I going to be able to do this? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with you people in a way. If I was at Tony's place, I could probably get some kind of clamp to do this. Why does my wrist hurt so much? Holy shit. I either have the coronavirus and it's weakening my wrist, or I'm getting old and feeble. I can only push this as hard as a 9mm shooter. Somehow I've lost all strength in my wrist right here. What the fuck? I really want to push this thing down harder than I am able to. What the hell? Am I doing this right? Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut a little bit less. What the hell? I've just lost all strength in my wrist. That's weird as hell. Crippling. I'm able to do this with some sort of a handicap. That was really difficult because I'm angled weird and my wrist hurts. Ugh. Doesn't really hurt. I just don't have any power in it. It's the weird angle, probably. I think this worked better, though. At least it doesn't seem like I'm mangling it as much as the paper cutter did. I just don't know if it's flat. Ugh, looks horrible. All right, so that ain't perfect. But, yeah, I got a paper cutter, but I was explaining earlier, my paper cutter isn't that big. I only got this size paper cutter, right? It barely does 18 inches. Problem is I took it to Pennsylvania to cut pancakes and now it's all whacked. It doesn't even cut good anymore. Pancakes broke it. They were wet in the middle, but the edges were so burnt, so crispy that it broke my giant paper cutter. I've got one other trick up my sleeve. So this is the before. And I'll be back. You'll have to entertain yourselves. All right. Yeah, so I took it out to the belt sander and just belt sanded the thing flat. I think it's still shitty because I'm not good, but it's better than the last one. And it's fairly smooth. If I had something to clamp the edge and then shove it into a on the belt sander, I bet you it would be even better. But anyway, it's flatter than it was, and I think it's better than having the kind of bow out weird. See, it's flat now. But like I say, it's not perfect. This thing needs to be shifted over. I need to figure out what that's called. And there you go. So that's the second edition, or the second copy of the Shooters Almanac. Now I haven't decided. I put the first one on eBay, and I'd like to let that thing bid up. You know, ideally, Sugar Mama will grab that thing, bid it up for maybe $30,000 bucks. You know, I'll pay off some loans, get back on the road,
start all kinds of new 2A projects, or it'll bid up, to enough to pay for some more ink or something. But I'm not sure if I should put this one on eBay or if I should just put this one up on the store. My goal was to see how many I could print with the color cartridge I got, and I've got one square left, so it looks like it'll be 2. I'd rather print small jobs now in color because I'd rather not get whatever this is, like 14 or 16 pages. I don't want to get like 10 or 12 pages into this and then have the color thing go out because I don't know how to print just the last 2 pages yet. So that's just my problem. So anyway, I'm thinking I'll probably just do these 2. Obviously, this took a little while. It'd take about 40 minutes altogether to put it together. Maybe not quite. But it takes, a good chunk of my day. So I don't know how many of these I'll actually end up printing, but we'll see what kind of demand there is. So I'm looking for feedback if I should put this one on eBay also, or if I should put it on the store. And again, I'll see. I'm going to attempt to print some of these things in some kind of a system, like I say, when I'm sewing or when I'm doing something else. I've got to start working on taxes here pretty soon. So if I can just kind of have this printer near me and feed pages into it and buy some of that cheap ink, and if that cheap ink does refill these things good, and I can print these things for less than $10 worth of ink, then I'll just print off some and have them on the store. At least that's what my plan is. Then we can have a legitimate first edition, even though it's handcrafted. And then the second edition can be a legit second edition. Right on. So with that, I'm going to shut off the phone and go back over to my computer. So we're still going. I'm just going to leave the phone side here. And we're back. All right. So yeah, that puppy does not like it when I run that sander. So she's over here looking at me like I used her. All right. Well, so we're back, and I can click on these things again. So what do we got going on here? All right. So I was on the channel. So that was back before we just watched the premiere of the Shooters Almanac video that was going on over on the main channel. I'm on the same channel. And then we've been live today, I guess going on 4 hours now to go live to do something and let people who might be stranded at home or looking for something to do, some way to reach out and hear something besides, I don't know, fear-based conjecture and expertism. And I expertly drew some Beretta cartoons earlier, and then we just expertly handcrafted a second print of the Shooters Almanac. Smeggy was in here earlier, and Woods jumped in. Both of them, I keep sending links out to people, so those are links that I sent out. I got to mute because I got to get something to drink and go rub my puppy's belly because, like I say, she's looking at me like she's butthurt, like I'm talking to the wall again. And I ran a sander for no reason, so I'm gonna go pet her for a minute. All right, so let's see. Stuff that does not work. What is that? Oh, you're talking about that glue that uses the UV. That's what we were talking about earlier. All right, so there's the link from before to the eBay auction. Feel free to bid on that thing. See if anybody's got any bids going on over there yet.
Yeah, no bids. So we'll see. The first bid will pay the printer, so that'll be nice. Someone was asking in an email how to do stuff without PayPal, or how to do stuff without going to the store or eBay. So for anybody that is interested in that kind of stuff, we got, I guess, PayPal link over on gunwebsites.com, right? Let's go double check. So if we screen share, go over here. We call it Gun Websites because in 2004, I bought gunwebsites.com. So nobody else decided to, and I did. So if we go there, I run it on a WordPress page. And if we, am I looking at it? Am I screen sharing? Yeah. So if we scroll down, oh, I guess I don't have a PayPal button. So let's see. Yeah, I don't want to put a PayPal up on the screen necessarily. It's got everybody's names on it. It's got a PayPal and not that other place. I'm not showing this, I hope. Good. And this opens up. So I'm going to do it like this without showing you anybody's name, I don't think. Right? If I go to Tools and then I think it's Business. I think it's Business Setup, even though it says Setup. It could have probably clicked on All Tools. So I'm going to try to click on All Tools. Now nobody sees nothing. So you go down to PayPal buttons. And then you can do different things. Like if you're going to create a store and you don't want to pay for a store, like I pay for a store through a service and I pay $30 something a month for that because it allows me to do stuff. If you don't need to pay $30 a month, you don't want to get into it that much, you can create an add to cart button and just put it on your website. And that's basically 90% of a store. All the difficult, hard stuff about a store right there in a PayPal button. You can have a thing for subscribe, like if you're doing content on a regular basis and you don't want to use PayPal or not PayPal, if you don't want to use Patreon or Subscribe Star or one of those features, you could use subscribe, create a button, and then that'll create a reoccurring payment. For a long time, this is how we ran Gun Channels. If you wanted to be a member of Gun Channels, we had a subscribe button. Now we integrated that, we combined it into the software that was running Gun Channels, so that when you joined Gun Channels, you didn't realize you were using a PayPal button necessarily, but that's effectively what you were doing. And then creating a subscription in PayPal. Automatic billing is basically the same thing, but more of like a client relationship. Like if you have a customer or a client, you're going to set them up on automatic billing. You wouldn't call a member of a community automatic billing. It just sounds different, but it's effectively the same thing. And then donate, that's what we're here for. So I can create a donate button by clicking on this. And whenever PayPal gets to it, I can decide what country I'm in and what language I want. I can choose either a large or a small button. So I think I'll go with large because it adds the credit card stuff under there. Now I could use my own image. So I could, I don't know, maybe use something from like PayPal or something, or not PayPal. I could use something that says, thank you for supporting our channel, and create an image, post that online, and then use the URL to that image here. But I'm not going to do all that right now. So I'll just say continue and then enter URL for your logo. So I don't have a URL logo right now. Well, I guess I do. So I'm going to go to well, it's already open. I'm going to go to this website right here, and I'll just grab the URL to this image. Easiest way is to open image in a new window. Make sure it's the actual image you want. Grab that URL. That's the location of that image. Paste that here. It says, try a different URL. Oh, it doesn't like that it's a PNG, I guess. So I'll go back and I'll choose, this is probably a JPEG. So I'll open this. Oops. fuck that did? I'll open this image in a new tab. Highlight that. That's a JPEG this time. Put that in. The URL needs to be HTTPS, right? So FU PayPal. It doesn't like, my thing doesn't have a security layer on it. I don't care. I don't need a security layer on a site that doesn't ask for money. That's why I have PayPal. So I'm going to ignore that. We'll go with the organization name. We'll change that to gun websites so that people don't get confused as to why. I guess you can't change that. What the hell? You can't change that? You'd think you'd be able to. And then paste it on here. You can't change it. So that's annoying. I have this under the company name, and that means the button is going to have that organization name. That's going to be confusing if it shows up. I guess we'll find out. So I'll just type in here for gun websites so that if anybody does see that, it'll be more self-explanatory. Then let your donors choose specific programs for their donation. Okay, so you can say yes, and you could say, show a full tour, for me at least. If you had more than one project, you could put that in there. I could say, feed the puppy. I could say 2A project, or I could just say 2A projects, right? So just 2A projects. I don't know, whatever else I could put in there. I guess I can edit it probably later. But for now, I'm gonna leave it like that and then say continue. I want it in US dollars, any amount or an exact amount. Oh, okay, so you could say any amount, leave it up to the discretion, which is probably, you'd have to get into some sort of like discussion with a therapist or some kind of brainiac to know the best way to do it. I suspect if you put in any amount, you're not going to get as much money as if you ask for a specific amount. And there's probably some kind of brain game where if you type in like $3 and $30 and $300, then, you know, some people are going to blah, 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 and then you're going to make more money if you put something in something. There's usually some strategies to that. I'll just put in, we'll put in real numbers, right? 2.23, we'll put in 5.56, and we'll put in 7.62. 7.62. And then there's an any amount also, right? So that's cool. So now you can let people have regular numbers or an any amount. Let donors make it reoccurring. So you could say no, but you could say yes. So now you're making your donation into a subscription button also. Why not? So then they're going to have an option, right? It's not going to be let your donors make it. Say it says let, not make. So as they continue, optional settings, get information from donors, and then let's see, donors may choose not to share address. You may only get addresses in accordance with their policy. So let's say receive their mailing address. Heck yeah, because what if we want to send them a thank you or something? Let the donors send optional note. Yeah, why not? Route donors back to your site, take the URL. So let's say if they cancel, you can send them to a page that's like, oh, please give me money. I really need your money. Or you could, if they comply and they go through with it and they finish it, then you take them to one that says, hey, thanks. I really am going to use your money well, and I appreciate it. Then you get to the account identifier. What is this? Let's just use my email address. Oh, wait. PayPal, so we know where to send the money. We recommend using encrypt. Okay, I'm going to go with the encrypted thing they recommend, I guess. That's probably just if you needed a boutique, if you needed a fancy thing, like you needed the PayPal button to say, you know, I gave because I'm such a good guy or something, or like I gave to the Special Victims Fund or something, then you could give it like a fancier one. And then any extra button variables. Let's not worry about anything fancy. So that would be if you wanted to tweak something, probably make it orange instead of blue or something like that. So it's going to finish and get code. So now we can just copy what it created. And this little gobbledygook here is the code. So I could just click this and it would copy it to my clipboard. Now I can go back to my website that I own. This is my place on the internet, right? And I can go in there and go to the dashboard. So this is behind the scenes, what it looks like when you're running the thing. And I'm just going to get rid of this little annoying thing right here. As I suspected, the Instagram feed I recently added is going to be annoying and make me fuck with it every time I open the site. Anyway, so now I'm in here and I am behind the scenes and I'm going to go to an area called Appearance. And under Appearance, I'm going to go to Widgets, because widgets is where we see the version of what we see on the outside. So I'm going to open up both. We can look at them. We've got the outside with the what you people see, the regular people see, and then we got the insides, what we see, the very few, the elite, the people that run the whole internet. We see the background. This is the matrix. And this is what the poors see. So what all this stuff is, if I were to move this down to here, watch what would happen over here. Boom. All of a sudden my logo dropped way down there, because this is a navigation menu and this is the navigation menu and this is that image. So I'm going to put that image back where it was. And I don't even have to click anything. It's that powerful. I just changed the internet back here like the Matrix, and then all the poors just see it happen out here. Boom. So what I'm going to do is add my PayPal button above the fold, right? You got to put it above the fold because it's critical that people give you money. So we're going to go to custom HTML, which I like to use. We're going to insert that block. Now, if I insert that block right there, right, just like that, you ain't going to even know. As a regular person, it's none of your business if I put that block there. But if I type something in there like, hey, you, right, and then save, it's there. Now it's there. And you'll see it. It'll say, hey, you right there. But I don't want it to say, hey, you. Instead, I want it to ask for your money. So I'm going to put that PayPal code right there and click save. And now when you refresh, hey, look, there's a PayPal donate button right there above the fold, right in your face. So the first thing you do, you barely even figure out where you are. There's a donate button. I'm, of course, just being sarcastic, so I'm going to move that button down somewhere down here. And then when you do that, your PayPal button is discreet, like a actual person who's sophisticated. You shove it down with the rest of your feed stuff. So now you can donate straight to PayPal. You can become a patron, or you can use this coffee thing. And now I'm also on Stream Shares, something like that. So yeah, you could hate any amount of platforms and still give me money. That's how I roll. Anyway, so that's using WordPress to jam a beg your money off of people, or beg their money off of people, donate button. So now if anybody does want to donate to any of the funds that make me do what I'm doing, now you got a new button you could click on. And that's going to just take you to PayPal. I'm going to close that before I start showing you everybody's PayPal info. That'll take you to PayPal. And I'm assuming you're going to get some kind of an option to donate $2, $5, $7, or any amount you want. And then you can say, I want it to go to this, right? And then you can make it monthly. I thought it was going to let you say something too. It probably lets you say something next. Anyway, so it'll let you PayPal me that same amount every month. And I've basically effectively set up just right now, I just effectively set up Patreon. What I've not set up is the infrastructure that Patreon offers, the social platform and the concept that you're being part of the venture capital of new content creation. This is effectively the Discord of funding. If everyone went this way, no one would realize that they're participating in stuff. Everyone would just feel obligated to a specific individual out there. So I'm not going to, if you want to give me money, give me money. But I'm not going to suggest, if you're creating a project, that PayPal buttons are the way to go. It's a tool in your inventory. Certainly not the only option. All right, well, that started with somebody asking on an email how to throw some scratch at me. I appreciate that. And I'll have to eventually email them a link to that. Where were we at? We were talking about the Warbits. Most of them are bloodthirsty monsters. I think this might have been back when we were talking about that robot at the Walmart. So the robot at the Walmart was basically the mopping machine that's like a lawnmower with mop engines in it, or mop blades. And then they just don't sit in it anymore. It was originally for a human, and I think they probably put a mannequin in there sometimes when they don't want to cause panic. But it's basically just like a lawnmower with mop blades, just driving around willy nilly inside a Walmart, and it has a little light on it. Yep, Roberts. I always carry a cup of water to throw on them. It's a mop robot. They have to be impervious to water. Probably the only way to screw with it is to grab like a thing of mud, a cup of mud. And then if you throw a cup of mud down, like you're going to go to the left. So you throw some mud down to the right, and that mop robot's algorithm is going to make it go clean up that mud, maybe. If it doesn't have a bloodthirst that overrides its thirst for mud. If it has a bloodthirst that's more than its mud thirst. What do you think, Smeggy?
I'm not sure. I don't really know what you're talking about. Something about robots, but then I stopped the stream so I wouldn't get echo.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. So what do you think? If we were going to throw something to dodge one of them bloodthirsty mop robots at Walmart, you know what we're talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay, so earlier we live streamed a thing, and I will go back and show it to you. Basically, think of a ride-on lawnmower, except you take out the lawnmower blades and you put in mop blades, the kind of mop blades that you would mop a floor at a Walmart with.
Oh, okay. So it's like a mopping Roomba.
No, a ride-on lawnmower, except you replace the lawnmower blades with mop blades. And then normally there's a dude. It's a huge thing. It's bigger than a regular ride-on lawnmower. It looks like a piece of construction equipment. It looks like one of them things you would smash concrete with. You know, they drive around on top of concrete.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's say you've already poured concrete, and there's always that one guy at the construction site who's lazy. So the only job he'll do is drive around on top of flat concrete. It's that machine that lazy guy would drive around. Except that instead of being a lawnmower underneath, it's mops. So I was showing a video where I went to Walmart, and what they do now is there's where the human would be in that situation normally on a ride-on lawnmower. They just put this caution tape. And basically, if a human, you can put a human on there, but it doesn't need to be there because it's a robot. And it just drives around at night, cleaning up after itself, cleaning up all the blood. Anyway, so my point is that Foss is saying he carries a cup of water to throw at a robot, so if they get too close. And if it was the kind of robot that just scans for whatever, barcodes or, that kind of thing, water might work. But a mop robot, a robot that's designed to clean up blood and human refuse, that robot is not going to be, it's going to be impervious to water, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely waterproof.
So I'm thinking you carry a cup of mud. And I'm saying if its bloodthirst doesn't outweigh its mud thirst, you're going to go to the left. You throw that mud to the right, and it might go after the blood first before it goes after you. And then you get a chance to get away if you go upstairs or something.
Maybe, but does it actually scan for like dirt and stuff to clean up? Or is it just randomly like go wherever?
It's there, so like when one of the other robots kills a human and leaves blood all over, that robot goes in, cleans up the evidence. So you're right. I don't know if it has
but does it know it's cleaning up the evidence? Yeah, I think it just is always cleaning randomly.
Well, that's what they want you to think. There's that many dead people in Walmarts. Here's what I'm saying. If let's say a baby's playing by itself at a Walmart on the floor, right? Like a lot of times parents will leave their babies just play at Walmarts. This robot comes by, just destroys the baby. It's horrible what it does to the baby. And then it cleans up right away after itself. There's no way to know how many babies have been eaten by these robots. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good point.
So these robots, I'm just saying, I don't know if they're constantly cleaning up after themselves, like the evidence of them and the other robots. I don't know. How do we know what Walmart employees even do in there? Because they've got these robots cleaning up after themselves constantly. Robots normally have signs with diagrams that show you how they plan to hurt you. Interesting. No, I can't. I couldn't morally or legally sell a patch that infringes on anybody else's logo or copyright. Could I give them away to friends of mine? Who the hell could stop me from my First Amendment right to parody? Nobody can stop me from my First Amendment right to parody. They might be able to stop me from my I don't think I have a right to infringe on their copyright or their properties. But if I were to sew something in jest and give it to my friends, that's something totally different. If some people were to check their mail, I'm just saying. I'm not telling people not to check their mail. Anyway, so then we're going on. Yep. Earlier I stuck my girl version of Your Dog up in front of where my printer was. I was also, since you've been gone, we were drawing cartoons earlier, but then we were printing the second edition or the second copy of the first edition of the Shooters Almanac. So I was able to grab my girl version of Your Dog and jam her head in between the camera and where the printer was. So that's back when they were asking for belly rubs. She wouldn't have fit in there though. She's too fat. I think Your Dog is a little bit taller than my dog, but they would look good together. They would look like matching set.
Yeah. Oh, hey, buddy.
My dog has a pink nose though. Do you know how old that dog is?
We think about a year.
See, that doesn't. At first I thought my dog had a pink nose because she was a baby, but now I think she just has a pink nose because she's a girl, because she's not changing the color of her nose. Like I thought it would get black as she got older or something.
Ooh.
So now everybody's saying hello to each other. The future is now, and a little while ago, in a minute or two. Child robot labor. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about getting child robots. You could offend and work twice as fast, right? Offend twice as many. You can download page templates from Lulu and then upload your book and they print it on demand. Oh yeah. But my problem is two things. Number one, that's not fun. And number two, I don't know. I don't like spending years worth of putting effort into something and then giving it to something.com. You know what I mean? I'd rather give it to my friend down the street and have him give me back, the copies. And just, if it was a little bit less of my time in it, I think I might. But I'm planning, one of the reasons I got the printer so that I can do drafts and so that I can continue to, I have a couple of books in my head that I'd like to get out, and most of them will be print on demand, because I'm not crazy. It costs way too much money to publish. I would like to publish the Shooters Almanacs though. Some things I want to make a book just to try to make a book, right? Just see what it would look like. Maybe the AK buyer's guides and stuff like that would be neat to see as a book, but I don't really care if those books exist. Like, I really don't give a shit if an AK buyer's guide happens. Like, it would be neat, but it doesn't have to happen. I really want 2A history to happen as a book so that people can put it in their hands, and so that whatever the next version of whatever's happening now is, they've got that additional resource. Like, I want to see a future where everybody has that information at least available to them. And so I want to see that exist. So I really like to see the Almanac turn into a thing in real life. So I'm going to continue to work on that to get it published to the point where I can sell it. Like I said in the thing, try to buy it, get it published for like $1 or $2, so I can sell it to people for something between $1 and $7, so that they can sell it and still make money and everybody wins. Because I think that would be neat to see something go around that gets that information. Because once that information is out there, everybody can start using it. And all kinds of videos can mention all kinds of neat stuff from history, and I'll just be aware of stuff more.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea. That's what my dog sounds like, in case you were wondering.
That one or the other one?
The brown one. He sounds like that. Yeah. I like my little green snake. He's pretty good at catching it too.
Is that for throwing? What is that thing? Looks like a back scratcher.
No, it's just a. Oh, hang on, let me not go right into the sun. It's just like a rubbery toy.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's for like tug of war type of shit.
Yeah, but I don't like pulling with him, so we just throw it.
No, I wouldn't want to tug on that one either. It's the wrong kind of material for a dog tugging on. That would hurt the people.
I don't like tug of war as a game anyways, because then that kind of teaches them that oh, it's funny if I grab something and then you pull on it.
Oh yeah, I don't do that same way. I don't. Play that fun.
I don't know. I guess you could also, if you practice playing tug of war and telling them to drop it, like you can teach them to do that.
I just don't like them to be mouthy. I don't need my dog. None of my dogs have ever been real mouthy, and I don't need them to be. You know, I don't see the advantage. Amazon got past the caveman way. I don't know what you mean. We're like, what is this? This is 5 o'clock. We're 40 minutes behind in the chats here. Amazon. Oh, you're probably talking about when I was handcrafting my book out of handcrafted paper and handcrafted ink and a handcrafted printer. So, yeah. Then Amazon has labor camps for making the books. True. I coughed, but I didn't cough on the book earlier. And that was from my old cigarette cancer. That's not coronavirus, China virus cancer. I didn't cut myself. I thought I was going to end up jabbing myself with that stapler, but I didn't. But the last copy of the book before I bought the printer, I did manage to jam my finger pretty good and bleeded all over the front of the book. I think my dog's got more fuzz than your dog, though.
Well, I just brushed them a whole bunch, but maybe.
Oh no, when I brush her, she gets even fuzzier. Like there's a distinct line between him and the sidewalk. She doesn't have a distinct line when she's fuzzy. She's fuzzy, it's like a blurry line. We'll put them together and see how fuzzy they are. We'll have some kind of fuzz off. We'll use some sort of a fuzz, some kind of a tool to measure fuzz, maybe.
Yeah.
We can determine. Oh yeah, look at that. There's no way. Your dog is way less fuzzy than my dog. Plus, you got a bunch of business down there. I got 100% full belly rub ability on my dog. All right, well, so then let's see. The lost art form of hand binding. I've actually looked into it, and it's 68 pages, which is what the almanac is, and I wanted it to be more. Trust me, it was designed to be, or I thought about it being more, but this is about the limit that I can saddle bind, saddle stitch, whatever it's called, putting staples in there. If you go more than that, they start to fall apart and are just not as good. They stay open all the time. So the next step is to cut all the pieces of paper in half, which I think sounds like a way better option because you can paper cutter them that way, and then get them, and they're going to be nice and square. And then you basically bind the other, the side. And there's like 3 different ways of doing it that all require a little bit of effort, but I'm definitely interested in attempting that, especially for stuff like this that I only might need 5. Like I'm not going to go try to print 5. It would cost me like hundreds of dollars to print 5 of them nicely. I'd rather have 5 shitty ones that I hobble together. So we talked about the paper cutter, and again, don't ever buy pancakes in Pennsylvania. You break something. I don't know. I think I have. I don't think I ever broke my wrist, but it felt like a bone was shattered or something. Like it really hurt my bone. I was spreading out my hand and trying to push down on a metal straight edge so I could cut some paper. And the way I was doing it, all awkward and weird, trying to do it underneath the camera, it fell out of my wrist. I don't know what the hell. It felt like my bone was cracked, and I was, putting stress on the crack or something. It's because I haven't shot in forever. I don't remember last time I went shooting.
Yeah, I'm in that boat. I was going to try and shoot last week when I was back in Michigan, but timing didn't work out.
I might have shot something at Shoot. I was going to shoot something at Shoot. I wanted to shoot that Altor, but I didn't see it out there. I would have shot the thing with 2 barrels, that little revolver with 2 barrels, but I didn't see it. I feel like I shot something. Anyway.
Revolver with 2 barrels. Double tap?
No, a revolver. So it's 6 cylinder, 6 shot cylinder that has 2 barrels. So maybe it's 8 shot. It's a 22.
Oh, it's got the weird little trigger that's like
it looks
boom,
like an
and then boom.
Yeah, it looks like an airsoft. Like a really long airsoft triggers with the lever. no trigger guard or something. Anyway, I didn't get to see that one, but that's the only things I really was thinking about shooting. Do you mean sew the book? Because I had thought about sewing the book because I got all kinds of different strings and stuff, but I just don't know. I mean, I guess I could attempt to try a tie and knot, but I just didn't look at any YouTube videos on how to do anything. All the YouTube videos were like, here, just do the stapler, and then all these different bookbinding techniques, but none of them were really sewing. The only ones I saw about sewing were like old thick ass books, like old Bibles and stuff, where they were like repairing them to spec of what they were built. You know?
I feel like you would need like kind of like a thick ribbon to sew it, because if you just use thread, wouldn't that it'd be so thin it would have a tendency to like rip through the paper?
No, that's what you'd think. It's mainly the thread that I think are just to hold while the glues work. They use some glues that are like made out of rendered from critters, right? Some wicked sticky glues. And I think the threads are just to hold it all together while the glues dry. Because it's basically everything I've seen is effectively you take a bunch of pieces of paper, you wipe glue at the end, and you put a piece of gauze on it. So like everything can mash into the gauze. And all the string theories were like, or the string techniques were just to like get more pages to do that, or to get the pages to stick together stronger. But a lot of times they just stick them together, they glue them, and then they just put clamps on there, like big ass metal clamps. And then by the time it all dries, there's no possible way for those pages to come apart. So there's I don't even think there's string. I don't think there's tension enough on the strings for the paper to rip. If that makes sense, because the papers are all just kind of mashed back together into one piece of wood. You figure paper is just wood pulp. So if the glue acts as enough of a binder to smush all the wood back together, it's kind of like you just took a piece of wood and feathered it. You know, it's the pages. It's sort of like, you know, it's just all binding back together. So it makes sense that it would be as strong as the whole piece of paper to stay together. And it works. I mean, obviously every book stays together. So I think it's a lot simpler than we think, at least that I've ever thought. I figured there was a lot more to it. Oh, let's see. Try saying who buy that one. Like I say, I'm looking to know if I should. I don't know. I really have no idea anymore. You know, you do a couple of things, and if people are interested, do a couple other things people aren't. So there's like no rhyme or reason. So I was thinking if I put them on eBay, there's more potential for them to go up. But I'll probably, like I say, print a couple of other single page things that I have in mind and see how much longer that ink goes. Because if I can print 3 copies out of an ink cartridge, you know, that's a lot different than being able to print just 2 out of an ink cartridge. Well, robots at Home Depot are dumb. They have people guiding them around. Oh, you mean they're just more like a smart machine? But yeah, they're not like completely autonomous.
I'm worried about the robot Zambonis making ice everywhere, so then people can't run around very easily.
Yeah, like if one of those got on the street and now all of a sudden the street's so icy that no one can get around.
Yep.
That's sort of what that thing looks like too. That thing at Walmart, except the smaller, because the Zambonis I've seen are like as big as a pickup truck, right? They're really big.
Yeah. No, I know it. I've seen floor cleaners not robot size that people drive around. Like
and all they do now is they just made them so that you don't need to have a person on it. The best is I was somewhere, I forget, it was either in Phoenix or Vegas, or it might have been in Albuquerque when I went to their 2A rally, because it was recently, but I was somewhere else, not Tucson. And I was in a Walmart in the middle of the damn night, and I forget. I go in there and I think I went to the bathroom. So you know how the Walmart bathrooms are right in the front, like before in front of the register, sort of like right in the, you know, literally the front of the building. So you come out of the bathroom and you're at the registers, like where you would be paying normally. So I come out and that's the first time I ever encountered this thing we're talking about, which is basically a lawnmower that you would drive around inside a Walmart and mop the floor. So I seen that thing go by and I took a video of it because I take videos of robots that try to attack me, and was walking past, this guy who works there goes, "Crazy, huh?" And I go, "Yeah." And then he goes, "Yeah, we got another one that counts inventory." He goes, "It's over there." So Anyway, so I'm like, all right, so now they have robots that fucking wash the floor. Great. So I go do my business, right? I'm in Walmart. I forget what I was there for. I'm probably buying tiny pies or whatever. So I come out and I had to go through the self-service because we all work for Walmart now. And then I'm leaving. So I'm coming out almost the same place, right? Like out the self-service. And I had walked out the bathroom. So I was like basically at the front of the store still. And I almost get run over, this time by the same robot. This time there's either a human, well, there's a human in it. He's either alive or dead, but he's like asleep. He's like leaned over really hard. And he's got like a mop in his armpit, like a mop handle in his armpit. I couldn't get my phone out fast enough. I don't think I have it on video, but he had his mop sticking out of his armpit behind the robot. So he's driving along really fast, like dangerously fast, with his mop out behind the robot. And I figure there's only two possible scenarios. One is he's some guy who used to mop the floors, and now he somehow jumped on top of a robot with a mop, and the robot's trying to get him off of there, right, by going really fast. But he's leaving a mop trail so that it looks like the robot can't mop for shit. So the manager gets rid of that robot, right? He's trying to make it look like the robot can't mop for shit. Or the robot has decided that we're onto it, and it stuck a corpse up there, and the mop fell down bad. But either way, it's not good for us.
Yep, we're doomed.
That would have been good though, because I got the video of the front. Like I walk out the bathroom and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because it's like a lawnmower with caution tape comes flying at me, right? And I'm just walking to the bathroom. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I've realized that it's not an out of control lawnmower, that it's this thing and it's got caution tape all over it, right? So I get my phone out and I have a video of me going like, here's this robot that just attacked me, and it just attacked this couple because these people just walked past as I walked by, and they were like, what the fuck? Because it looks like an out of control thing that somebody's supposed to drive on. There's a seat and a steering wheel, you know? They put this caution tape so that you're like, oh, don't worry about that. This is a giant machine running around the store that has an obvious seat and steering wheel with no one in it. Like, don't worry about that. So anyway, I took a video of that because it was so weird, but I couldn't get a video of the dead guy in it. That would have been like an epic. I would have made that a YouTube video. That would have been like the perfect other side of that whole thing. With like, I'm guessing that guy was screwing with the robot. Like, why else would you'd have had to like, it would have been such a pain in the ass to drag that mop. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been so much easier to just stick the mop in like a lance, like a horse with what do they call them? Like a knight or whatever, like jousting, like to put it down a long ways, you know, so that like it wouldn't be dragging on the floor. It was like extra effort to make it so that it would drag behind there. And it wasn't doing anything. It was literally being just like a big sloppy mop trail. All right, well, we're 4 hours plus into this thing. It looks like I'm being corked by Never Enough Ammo and Yankee and Liberty Doll and Guns and Gadgets. So I'm going to blame each of them. Every single one of them is to blame for me only having 6 people.
Yeah, a bunch of jerks.
And Gear Report? What's happening here? Yeah, 4 people even watching
I
Gear
have a
Report.
question real quick. How do you turn
This week at Gear Report. So I guess he's bringing all people on to do a kind of a chat. Got Liberty Doll talking with
Yeah,
Jacob.
right. I really think the ultimate answer is an educational one.
The guy who's an LP candidate, Libertarian Party candidate, maybe. You got
I've got the
Yankee
Hogue laser grips on there, which are
telling you what shit to buy. You got Guns and Gadgets.
Yeah, but not in every state.
Let's live stream the live streamers.
Yes, I know that. We all know that. Probably. But that's not what it
All right, so we got Jared. So this dude, right? Every time I go up to the media room at SHOT Show, Smeggy knows what I'm talking about because he's been in the media room. Who's in the media room? You got your people that are like, I'm never leaving the media room. I'm just sitting here all day. There's those people. Some of them are there legitimately. Some of them are just bored. They're just sitting there all day. Then you've got people that are like, hey, this is right. We had an appointment here or something. Like, I'm getting something to drink, or, you know, I needed something here. But otherwise, you know, this is just one of my resources. I'm out of here. And
Yeah,
then
just charge up your phone real quick or something.
Yeah. And then you got people that are new, maybe farting around. Anyway, you got all these different people. Every time I go in there, here's Jared. Interview with the guy from GOA. Interview with the dude from this place. Interview with the chick from here. Like he's recording nothing but interviews in there in the corner because everybody else is being loud and obnoxious and just bullshitting about non-gun stuff. He's over there working, dude. And then, we got this coronavirus and shit going on. Where's Jared? Like doing that, repping the pro gun at the, what am I trying to say, state capitol or whatever the other day. So here he is doing a live stream, 1,600 people watching. Got Yankee over here, 400 people watching his. Liberty Doll, she only has 200 people watching hers. And Matt is also live playing video games. 22 people watching. And then, can we still do live down here? Yeah. We're live. We got 6 people watching. But you're actually watching all of those other ones, so add 1 to everybody else that we're watching. And then we got Defected Virtual Festival. I don't know what the fuck that is. Some kind of sports. And I wonder if that's a thing. Like, I wonder how that, I don't even know how to calculate that, the lack of other actual sports. Like, how does that distribute out? Do those people do stuff? Do they go, they're not going and playing basketball probably. There's probably not like a bunch of football games happening like in parks, right? So those people are doing something. Got all kinds of thousands of people watching an Xbox thing. Explore bats and birds and bees. 1,000 people watching some kind of nature thing. So,
And you got other people playing with their dogs in the backyard.
That probably is a thing, though. All right, so I'm going to throw Jared's link in here. Where's mine? Over here. So yeah, Jared's been kicking some butt, and it's frustrating because he's definitely still doing everything with sponsors and stuff. I'd definitely like to see the industry, something kind of like Woods was saying earlier, like think of the stuff that's going to come out of a couple of weeks of people having a couple of just time off, the kind of collaborations and startups and things that might come out of it, result from it. I really like to think that the something will come out of an industry way to support 2A grassroots, something that's an opposite, but what's the word, like opponent to Bloomberg, but not another rich person. I don't want to see another rich person come in and be our anti-Bloomberg. I want to see some kind of grassroots effort that gets kickstarted, but then created by everybody, so that the support of it is grassroots also, so that it can't be dependent on any person or trend or individuals or platform or anything. That would be neat, because I think we got the potential as being uniquely persecuted. We're a very inclusive, diverse, smart group of educated and inclusive people. And, we're persecuted in a unique way. It's being illustrated currently, and, to many people who would have discounted us, right? So I think there's some potential to see some interesting creative shit come out of this. And like I say, I think as firearm owners, we can lead the way and use this kind of as a motivation or an example, a catalyst to go, hey, what you experienced there, or, when you tried to, or, what you saw happen, or guess what you didn't see happen, or, the people that are going to tell you it's so horrible, here's what they're ignoring, like I would say martial law, but I guess we're starting to see a little bit of that. Anyway, so we got 1,500 people now watching. He's been on for 30 minutes. There's a couple other options for you out there watching the Gear Report people. Oh, looks like Liberty Doll just ended, but she's been on for 2 hours talking to some kind of candidate, and Yankee. He's been going for an hour. He probably won't be on for too much longer. He doesn't go long term, does he? But so with that, I've been on for 5 hours, 4.5 hours. So I already won. These people have only been on for 2. We'll end it with that. If you've been watching this thing all the time, we're sorry, or you're welcome, whichever applies. And thanks for checking it out. Oh, I see Mr. Knives is out there. Howdy. Hope everything's doing good with you, sir. And if you need anything, of course, let me know. And we're back to pick you up later.